Hello everyone, this is CoolPro195 streaming live with the third live stream for my 800 follower special celebration live stream event. Previously on the past two live streams, I did an any percent completion playthrough of Crash Bandicoot Excess in the first live stream, plus an any percent completion playthrough of Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced in the second live stream. Now in the third live stream of this event, I'll be doing an any percent completion playthrough of Crash Nitro Kart, the Game Boy Advance version of Crash Nitro Kart. And yeah, for those of you who weren't here previously within the past two live streams of this event, the plan for this event is to play through every single Game Boy Advance release within the Crash Bandicoot franchise in chronological release order. So yeah, we've already got the first two games out of the way. Now, for the third game onwards. Also, yeah, for those of you who just started watching this live stream for those of you who just started watching this event from this live stream onwards, and you happen to be watching it live on Twitch, you can already see on my stats that my Twitch channel has already both hit and surpassed 900 followers at this point, so it's another one of those overlap situations that I've had in the past with follower celebration live streams. But anyways, yeah, let's continue. Also, before anything important is forgotten, honourable shouts to both Mr. Original Name and James the Crimson Dragon. I highly appreciate the donations I highly appreciate the extended level of support for the donations that you have put in towards the channel. I highly appreciate the extended level of support that you put towards the channel. Every donation is highly appreciated and no way mandatory. As long as you do it on your own terms, 100% on your own accord, that's all that matters. But of course, the most important thing is that people just jump into the live stream, have fun, just kick back and have a chill time. Okay, so yeah, now it's no time like the present to whip this out to social media. Also, in terms of having people jump in as guest commentators, for those of you who actually want to guest commentate within the live stream while it's actually live, I'm currently within the general voice chat channel within the Dingo Crash Discord server, so for those of you who happen to be within that Discord server in particular, feel free to jump into that particular voice chat channel that I'm currently in. Otherwise, if you happen to have me in another Discord server and you feel as though it would be optimal for you, or you feel as though it would be conveniently optimal for you in order for me to move the commentary to another Discord server, move the commentary to another Discord channel within another Discord server that I also happen to be in, then feel free to put in a request. Yeah, anyways, it's definitely good to be back live. Okay, no time like the present to whip this out to social media. Let's post it out there. So yeah, third live stream, let's keep the momentum going. This is definitely keeping the momentum going on my channel, and honestly, I think it's just made it easier for me to just, go live with these particular types of live streams. Yeah, as I was saying, it's made it easier to sort of go live with these particular types of live streams, and not only that, but I think it's partially to do with that it's just, part of the same event, so then not much pressure is put on in the process, but yeah. So like the previous two, this will be more or less a chill live stream, although with that being said, I personally reckon the third game onwards is pretty much going to be like a proper test. They're pretty much going to be the limit pushers of the event per se, in terms of handling them, but at least these are just any percent completion playthroughs, so it's really nothing big to put a lot of pressure on top of, so yeah. So it'd be nice to know people's personal nostalgia on the Game Boy Advance in general, on top of whether or not they've played any of the Crash Bandicoot games within this lineup release per se. So yeah, as I whip this out to social media or across a bunch of different Discord servers, it'll be fun. But yeah, anyways, I'm legit just posting this across a bunch of Discord servers that I'm in right now, since that's the social media part taken care of. That's the social media part dealt with. So yeah, for this third part of live stream Crash Nitro Kart, it's gonna be the frontline game per se. Well, it's gonna be the game in the spotlight anyway. We've already got Spider Rebel in the chat. He says, hey, welcome to the live stream, Rob. Cheers for stopping by. Yeah, we are free live streams into this event. We are 3 live streams deep into this event. So yeah, this is pretty much like a third part of live stream. I presume you just jumped in.
Hello.
Hello, Rob. Welcome to the commentary. That's quick.
Yeah. As soon as I got the announcement, boom, I was straight in.
Yeah, like, it was practically your call in. But yeah, I'm legit just posting it across all these social media. I mean, I'm legit just posting it across all these Discord servers right now. I'm at least at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've just, I've already just made myself flat white. So, yeah.
Nice.
Let's get going.
Yeah. Gotta pump yourself up for it and all.
Yeah. Just, there's not much happening work-wise. So I suppose this could be sort of like, the commentary could sort of be like just a mini, actually like a BBC radio station or something in the background, because it's just, audio and it's on air. But yeah,
I figured
even
you
though
just...
there's video.
Yeah, you figured you just take the opportunity.
Video from your side, but for me, it's just on the air.
Yeah, potentially treating it like a radio station at work.
Well, I wish we had some radios just to. I know that one of my colleagues, a couple of my colleagues who are on a separate team, they've got a radio in their office and they listen to Radio 2 a lot.
Lucky for some. Also, yeah, like, it sounds like they get a kick out of Radio 2.
Yeah, well, I know that lots of people in the UK know Radio 2 from the back of the hand, and also Radio 1, Radio 4.
Yeah, like, there's some of the most... Yeah, they're like Radio 1, Radio 4 and all that. They're like some of the most, like, stations, some of the most popular radio stations that they listen to.
Yeah, I think, this is all UK. It's all British Broadcasting Corporation radio stations. But I remember, like, 12 years ago.
BBC and LBC and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah, they're still going.
Yeah. It's mad to think that they've been going for 40-odd years, or maybe even, I think it sort of began, actually, no, radio was around in, like, the 50s, and it would have been around during the time of when telecommunications took off in, like, the 1900s, because, I know that when they put radio on and it became a big thing, that was around the 40s and 50s, because obviously, the Spitfires had to communicate with each other to, discuss their tactic or plan of attack on Germany, or to mitigate, Germany's invasion, really. But yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, as I say, radio has come a long way. I know that 12 or 13 years ago, I remember listening to Radio 1 and, what was his name? Scott Mills. He did Innuendo Bingo, which was hilarious. And it had Nick Grimshaw on it, or also known as Grimmy from, I think, Yorkshire. He was also Well, Nick, he was actually one of the actors in Wreck-It Ralph, if you remember that.
Yeah, I remember. Not seen Wreck-It Ralph in ages. And yeah, those are back in those days where like radio was just in their prime, and then the fact that they utilized it for that particular purpose before utilizing it for entertainment in general.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like I think the second they saw the potential, they just decided to capitalize on the premise.
For sure, yeah. And then then I think they'd become a video by what's it called? Let me have a look. By the Bungles, video killed the radio star. I bet that would have become a meme, because what they were trying to do was include video into like the radio stations and stuff.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was priceless.
Yeah, that would have been hilarious.
That would have been priceless, and yeah, I definitely remember that song, like, video killed the radio star.
Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star.
It's funny. It's funny because like it's a bit ironic because it sort of did, but at the same time it didn't. Because like they're both still running alongside. They're running pretty much in coexistence with each other.
Yeah, yeah. Well, according to this, it says 1980, so like literally bang on 1980. Well, it must have been recorded a year before. So in '79, well, it was written by. Well, it says here written by Trevor Horn, Jeff Downes, and Bruce Woolley in 1979, and between 1979 and 1980, it was recorded concurrently with by Bruce Woolley. Yeah, because they would have had to have at least a year before publishing that song, and then that song becoming a hit.
Yeah, on top of that, like, they needed to allow a certain amount of time. I think a year would have been reasonable enough in order to, like, confirm that was actually the case.
Yeah, yeah.
That would have made a lot of sense.
Yeah, because you can have... It's like, well, in more recent tracks, from the Minecraft movie with Jack Black with Lava Chicken, I bet that's going to become a hit, but that's probably that's probably going to break a record.
Yeah, they always become a hit. Everything that Jack Black is in, it always breaks a record. Like, it always becomes a hit.
It always breaks a record, yeah. I think as well, because this might be a possible element, because I thought he would have like written out a song piece that lasted like around 2.5 minutes long, but no, it only lasted about a minute or 30 seconds. So that could mean, I don't know if this is true, but it could mean that it could break the Guinness World Records for the world's shortest soundtrack.
The world's shortest hit, for that matter. Or like,
or
like the world's biggest hit with the shortest duration. Because like, it's not that much time being played into it.
Well, exactly, yeah. So I think it's going to break a record, like a world record, and it will go into the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't put it past it being the case.
Well, I mean, it's just come out, so it might end up becoming on the Guinness Book of World Records, but we'll have to see, because I know that there's been lots of memes and vines and everything of that track. So, I bet that's going to become a record breaker.
Well, it's only a matter of time. So, yeah.
Yeah. Likewise, I just think, it's just one of those things that's just like very, very odd for a track being extremely short in its duration, because we're so used to like tracks being at least 2.5 minutes long to like 4 minutes long.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. Yeah, like roughly 2.5 minimum, 4 minutes maximum, or even 5 minutes, depending on like the whole premise of a track.
Yeah, I mean, the longest track I've ever heard, which I think was an LP that they've embedded into an album, which was Pink Floyd. It's called Echoes, and that lasted around 17 minutes or 15 minutes long. It's probably the longest one. So that would have broken another record for being the longest duration of a soundtrack because of all this. Well, unless it's an LP. But then again, how long is an LP supposed to be for it to be an LP?
Yeah, like there are
Because
LPs and there are EPs as well, like long plays and extended
EPs,
plays.
Yeah, so it probably could be. Well, that's interesting because if it's because it's like 17 minutes long. Does that mean it's an LP or an EP?
Yeah, there's probably some particular terminology to that we're currently unaware of at this point in time, but yeah.
Because I'm sure that, well, unless I'm kind of getting confused between LP and EP, let's have a look. LP generally considered a full-length album, where EP represents a shorter collection of music, usually between 3 and 6 tracks. Okay, right. So, right, yeah, that makes sense. So it's based on an album.
Yeah, well, I have noticed that EPs were shorter because they're sort of treated like singles in a way, but like in the single you only see like I think like a minimum of like 1 or 2 tracks, or like a maximum of like 3 tracks at least, depending. I've only seen a single of up to 5 tracks maximum.
Yeah, well, I know
at least in my personal recollection.
Yeah, well, I know singles are just one songs that are just played on a record.
Yeah, that's the primary purpose of promoting the track, to release it as a single on top of as part of an album.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's well, I know that quite often those singles then become hits, don't they? Because I think what they do is they assess the LP. Then they have a look at the specific track that gains popularity by listeners, and then they release that into a single, promote it, or they promote the track by putting it into a single, perhaps, and then it becomes a hit because it's just so popular.
Yeah. Sometimes they do it the other way around. Sometimes they release the single first, then they release the album. But of course, it depends on what the record label has planned.
Mm.
At least I presume that's how it works.
Yeah, well, it's well, I know that I was doing a bit of research into the history of Joy Division, and when it started off as Warsaw, then Joy Division, then New Order, because there was a studio called Strawberry Studios in Stockport, which went bust. And there was also another record labeler, I think it was Factory Records. And there was one particular time when the band who were New Order, so Peter Hook, Stephen Morris, Gillian, and a few others, well, Bernard as well, they were told that given the LP that they were trying to make, which featured Blue Monday, well, actually, no, it wasn't. It wasn't to do with the Blue Monday album. It was a separate album that they were told if the album didn't make the sales, Factory would become bankrupt. Let me have a look at the history behind it. New Order LP Factory. What was the threat on that? Yeah, because they lost 10p for every Blue Monday track that they sold.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's how it works. Anyways, let's get some movement on the overall live stream itself. So yeah, let's progress. Alright, so we've got a new first time.
No pun intended, Cool Pro, because Movement was actually a New Order album.
Yeah, pun partially intended. But yeah. Not even part of the same topic either, but yeah. Anyways, let's
I
progress.
thought I'd just plug that onto the puns there because it's just because that is actually that does exist, that album, its whole movement.
Yeah, that actually makes sense. Yeah, a little pun plug there. Anyways, yeah, we've got a new first-time chatter who just popped up in the chat. KingOfThePiggus, he says first commercial radio broadcast was in 1920. So yeah, we were correct. Very early, you know.
Yeah, so
it was the early
so
1900s.
It was 1900s, yeah.
Yeah, the 1900s, however you put it. Nico Croft also jumped into the live stream saying, "Yo, everyone! What up, Nico Croft? Cheers for stopping by."
Hey.
Now that we've got some more people in the chat, no time like the present to kickstart the gameplay. So let's fire up the Visual Boy Advance emulator for that Game Boy Advance action. Yeah, it's a Game Boy Advance emulator.
Oh, it's the game. Oh, right, okay. Oh, well, that's going to be a definite change to the emulators that you've used in the past streams.
Yeah, it certainly has been. I mean, it hasn't been too much of an adaptation. It's pretty much the same premise. The only difference is just like, you know, the type of games. Well, the only difference is like the system the games are based on.
Yeah.
Okay, let's fire up Crash Nitro Kart. No time like the present.
Can you play Fusion on that?
Yeah, you can definitely play Fusion. You can play every single Game Boy Advance game on it. Okay, so let's cue the Game Boy Advance startup screen.
Blah, blah.
Super iconic.
I think the startup of the Game Boy had a different
Crash Nitro Kart.
I think the original startup sound was like ba-ding, and then they changed it, didn't they?
Yeah, it was. They adapted it. I remember. Wait, what's up with the controller? Wait, let me double check the controller.
Technical difficulties, please stand by.
Yeah, please stand by, people. Technical difficulties.
The first blooper of the stream.
It was working recently as well. Yeah, the first random blooper of the live stream.
Well, it provides entertainment here because, you know, we can still like, you know,
it's content still, but like random bullshit.
That flat white was delicious.
Yeah, I bet it was.
I do like the caramel lattes because of their, you know, caramel flavour. But not today. It's flat white today.
Yeah, today you just figured you just sort of... like, you know, settle for a more standard flavour. Just take a backseat on the caramel.
Yeah.
This is so
I also brought some Americanos, and I'll only be having them as a last resort. So I tried one of them. It's quite bitter. There's no milk by default, so you have to add the milk separately. If you do want milk, that is, in the Americano, but I just thought I'd try it, you know, straight up without any milk. So, yeah, that's only as a last resort ever going to be like having Americanos, and just because the lattes, the flat whites, and the cappuccinos, they all have milk in them, but they come with milk. So I know the espressos don't, like the mochas, but yeah. There was something on the radio actually about that, because it was about people just going with instant coffee and getting their own coffee machines, therefore jeopardizing baristas. But I think it's because of the price competition, because if you go to Costa, you're paying the premium, or even Starbucks, you're paying the premium for a coffee. Whereas if you go to the supermarket and buy, like, you know, pods and granules and what have you, chances are, because it's been resold it would work out cheaper for the consumer. And I think that's the reason why. It's just the competition with the pricing. Whereas if they put a discount on stuff, on certain drinks, they might be able to make a backlog profit out of it to fulfill, the upkeep. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. I don't know what's going on because the controller's actually working previously. I don't know what the fuck's happening.
Have we got another one? Perhaps.
The problem isn't even the controller. I don't even know what happened with the emulator itself. It's weird.
And you've checked the config, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, now that I'm going on config, it's not bringing up the same stuff. It's like, I don't know what's happening. I've even tested this as well. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
It's not relying on the broadband, is it? Well, it's not. It's ad hoc, isn't it? Because you're just using it in an emulator, unless the emulator is dependent on having an internet connection.
Like, it literally just picks up, like, the inputs that the controller's plugged into. So it's like,
yeah, it's all ad hoc, isn't it?
Yeah, it's supposed to work. Yeah, it's supposed to work. It's ad hoc.
Yeah. Well, because it doesn't rely on an external source. It's just
it doesn't even need a program to operate it. It's just so fucking weird because like it was working previously. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why is this happening now of all times? What a fucking piss take.
Yeah, no. Talk about killing inputs.
Yeah. More like killing the entire controller. This is so fucking
killing
stupid.
the entire controller, yeah. Yeah.
I might just...
The wire's not kinked, is it?
Reset. No, it's nothing to do with the wire. The controller's even lighting up, which is proof of that, so...
Yeah, so
the wire's definitely not fucked.
LEDs are lit up.
Yeah, the LEDs are definitely pumping out light.
Yeah. Are you rebooting the emulator, perhaps?
I might have to, because like it's not really giving me an option to like actually properly configure the controller.
Yeah. You know, when you set up the controller off air, did you plug in the controller first, then boot the emulator, or the other way around?
I was already plugged in before I even set it up, and before I booted the emulator in the first place. So it's like, it should have been pre-configured and it should be working right now.
Yeah.
I don't understand why it isn't.
Sometimes giving the application a jolt will probably get it going. Like they do on cartoons. You know, like when they kick like a car or something and then it starts working like by magic.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much that. Like, you're giving it a nudge. Like, you give the car a good kick and then the engine starts working again. Yeah.
Yeah. That'll be hilarious if it was to do, if that had the same concept with the emulator.
Okay, so speaking of which, I'm actually reconfiguring the controller right now. Which, is
calibrating.
Is bullshit. Yeah, I'm literally recalibrating all the buttons.
There's probably a bug with the emulator then. If the controller is illuminated, then it could be a bug with the emulator.
It's certainly a bug with the emulator, but not only that, but the emulator the emulator legit hasn't received an update since 2005. So yeah, it's already been deprecated. I mean, it's a Game Boy Advance emulator. You can't be too surprised. You can't be too surprised by that. I mean,
well, yeah, but it's just like flipping heck. Well, the only reason why I got a surprise was because it was 2005 when it last got an update, and I was like, flip it.
Yeah, it's 20 years ago, bro.
20
it's
years.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah. No, I feel for you, man. Yeah. It's just a surprise because I didn't know that there was that emulator was last had an update in 2005. That's when I got a bit of a surprise. But I can understand that a lot of emulators are deprecated now, but it's just because I've never really seen a Game Boy Advance emulator that falls under the console family of emulators that had an update last time. Well, the last time it had an update was 2005. I did not know that beforehand because I'd never worked with them. So
yeah, although this one was pretty short-lived because the Game Boy Advance itself only came out in 2001, so yeah, it didn't last long. Although, for what it's worth, it actually plays the games, it runs the games decently anyway, so they probably presumed that there was no point anymore.
Well, the trouble is you'll get bugs anyway because it's a deprecated piece of software.
Yeah, it's no longer supported now. Anyway, just gonna jump back in. Let's restart the emulator.
It's a lovely day up here in Preston. About down south, it's probably roasting or cooking.
Yeah, it's actually proper sunny over here. It's really hot right now, and honestly, I didn't expect it that much. Here we are, Crash Nitro Kart. Let's jump back into action. Okay, now it's working. It's about fucking time. Alright. Okay, now we can celebrate people. Now we can jump back into action.
Hooray!
Okay, we apologize for the slight delay. Well, minor setback, major piss take, but anyways, let's jump into action. It's interesting because this is a watered down port of the base home console version, but at the same time it's they still keep some quality of life features which you'll see at a later point in the game. Okay, so just like the base home console version, we have Team Bandicoot and Team Cortex, although they call it Team Evil in this version of the game. And interestingly enough, the N-Gage version of the game is the N-Gage version of Crash Nitro Kart. I was gonna say Nitro Fuel, but yeah, the N-Gage version of Crash Nitro Kart, I presume, utilizes the same, base version that the Game Boy Advance version uses on top of that, so yeah. Okay, Team Bandicoot, let's go. Okay, so we can even pick which character we can play as from the start. So here we can pick Crash Bandicoot, Coco Bandicoot, and Crunch Bandicoot.
So it's not medieval, it's Timeval.
Yeah, Timeval kind of. Yeah, pretty much.
I like that.
Yeah, man, it's kind of funny. Okay, so since I've been playing as okay people, so since I've been playing as Crash throughout pretty much all the games, especially the games where you can optionally pick, especially with games that you can optionally pick characters such as Crash Team Racing, Crash Bash, and Crash Nitro Kart, as in the home, the base home console version, as opposed to the portable console version that we're playing right now. But yeah, I'm playing as Crash just to keep consistency. I know I could play as Crunch, but if I was doing a speedrun, I'd definitely pick Crunch because he has the fastest settings. So yeah, I'm just playing as Crash just for the sake of keeping consistency with, just for the purpose of keeping consistency with previous live streams or previous forward special live stream celebration events that I've been doing. So yeah, it'll be Crash all the way. We don't even have to enter a name either, so yeah, it's kind of fun.
All the way.
So yeah, all the way.
Jacksepticeye meme. All the way.
Alright, so yeah, it's pretty much the same cutscenes, but with except they're just screenshots of text. So yeah, it's I'll just read them out for fun. Ah yes, it is another relaxing day at the Bandicoot house. Crash is sleeping as usual. Snore, snore. Yeah, Crash is just having a chill time there. in the home console version, you can actually see him putting on a pair of shades, like when that massive beam of light just like shines through the house, it just peeks right through it. By the way, people, if you guys were here, you'd know for a fact, if you guys were here in the previous 2 live streams, you'd know for a fact that was practically me after I finished both of those live streams, after I've completed both Crash Bandicoot XS and Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced within the previous 2 live streams. Man, it was just chilling from that point forwards. Hey, Totemic SK, welcome to the live stream, cheers for stopping by. He says, let's go. Yeah, indeed, let's keep the momentum going.
Transform and roll out.
Yeah, transform and roll out.
Even though it's got nothing to do with Crash Bandicoot, but there we go.
Yeah. You know what? Nitro Kart is a loud game, so I'll put the emulator down a little bit more. It's a loud game. I have the exact same audio settings as the rest, but for some reason Nitro Kart is loud as fuck, so yeah. I'll probably take it down by 10 decibels. Yeah, fuck it. I don't understand why Crash Nitro Kart is loud compared to the rest of the games, but yeah, that's just, I don't know whether
It is what it is.
I don't know whether to do with the fact that it's a developer oversight or not, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Alright,
That's the
that
way
should
it
be
is.
better.
What's that?
Okay, that should be better. Yeah, the Totemic SK
Oh,
says
Bruce.
music is a little loud. I don't hear what you are saying almost, but I'm on phone now, so not great sound. Yeah, I apologize for that. But yeah, anyways, that's that fixed.
Bruce Hornsby, the way it
Yeah,
is.
you can blame the developers for that. Anyways.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's too loud.
That's just the way it is. Please never be the same.
Bruce Hornsby, yeah.
Yeah, and
We should-
Tupac sampled it. But yeah, I'll read the dialogue
Yeah.
parts just for fun. Crunch and Akwaku are discussing the latest diet fads. That diet's a joke. Well, I heard you can lose a lot of weight on it, but you can't keep it off. Just eat less and exercise more. Yeah, I'm also doing it based on what you call it, based on the home console version as well. So yeah, I'm just adding lines from there on top of that, just to remain faithful. When all of a sudden, a light appears out of nowhere and engulfs the room. That's not sunlight.
Yeah.
Something's wrong. That's not sunlight. A mysterious force then lifts the house away into the sky. Meanwhile, at Cortex's castle, Totemic SK says, bad developers, bad, with the lol emoji. Yeah, indeed so. It's the same developers as the previous 2 games as well. It's Vicarious Visions. So yeah, I don't know what the fuck was happening there. How can I defeat those pesky bandicoots? And conquer the world, of course. Bandicoots! I can squash bandicoots! Yes, Tiny, I know you can. But you failed so many times. And
I don't know why
afterwards...
Cortex sounds like an old man.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh my aching head.
Yeah, well that's what he sounds like with a Clancy Brown voice anyway. But yeah, at that point in the console version, he's like, go see if Dr. Engine requires your assistance. And then like, he just like, and then Dingo Dial's about to pull the switch, and then Engine's like, Dingo Dial, pull the switch! And then like, when he opens the door, he just squashes Dingo Dial, and then the sunlight just peers through the castle. And then Engine just thinks Tiny, he presumes that Tiny broke something, and he says, what did you break now? And Tiny just does like the, I don't know hand gesture.
It's like shrugging.
I don't know. Yeah, like the I don't know shrug, pretty much.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Going back to
A similar light
that
tears the
track,
castle from the ground and sends it flying into the night sky. I am Emperor Vilo. I know
Here's
Roman
one thing
numbers as
cool,
well.
bro.
Yeah, what was it?
Yeah, it is one thing cool, bro. Every time I think of that track the way it is, you can
just picture like a calm wave, like, you know, like a sine wave going up and down.
Oh
just
yeah,
like peak and trough. Like when you hear the instrumentals in the background of that track, it just reminds me of like a relaxing wave just going across, like, you know, if I was watching it on a screen, or like being on a boat, just, you know.
Yeah, man, that's pretty chill.
That's pretty nerdy of me, but that's every time I listen to that track, it just sounds like, because if you listen to the way the pitch, like the tone and the pitch and everything, like the way the melody works on that track, it's so calming.
Yeah, it's like super chill.
It's super chill. It's just like being on a boat.
Yeah, like
flipping it.
Yeah, like you're just drifting out at sea, like you think you're chilling in paradise. Anyways,
exactly. Yeah.
Anyways, back to the dialogue. I am Emperor Vilo the 27th, ruler of the galaxy. My subjects hunger for entertainment. I have summoned you here to race for the glory of Earth in my galactic circus. I hope you'll put on a good show. Do you accept my challenge? Especially since winning will earn you your freedom. Otherwise, your precious Earth will be destroyed. Do you accept my challenge? How do we do it? And then Crash gives him the thumbs. Then Crash just gives him the thumbs up. Yeah. So yeah, I'm referencing the home console version as well to give people a more, you know, complete picture of it, because there are some parts that this version cuts out. Okay, so now we have Aku Aku just like chatting to Crash in the home world. Welcome to the Terra Hub world. This is where you will find entrances to all of the racetracks in Terra. You will have to race in order to win. You will have to race in order to win the galaxy circuit and go home. You will have to race in order to win the galaxy circuit and go home. Yeah, hitbox management. The hitbox management is a bit fucked, but yeah, they could have made it bigger, but whatever. To compete in the race, drive onto a warp pad. Finish a race in first place to win a trophy. Collect trophies to open additional warp pads to other races. Good luck and drive fast. Just like in CTR, just like in Nitro Car as well. Yeah man, put the pedal to the metal. Yeah, anyways, yeah, in terms of Cortex's voice, what do you call it, I'm sort of doing like a mixture of Clancy Brown and Lex Lang's take on it, since, you know, he had two different voice actors, but his voice is pretty iconic from, like, you know, both perspectives pretty much, or like both takes per se, based on the games that we grew up with. So yeah, I'm just doing everything based on memory, people. Okay, let's jump onto the first racetrack, Inferno Island. Okay, so this is pretty much the quality of life feature that I was like pointing out earlier on. So yeah, just like even though this is like, you know, a watered down port of a game per se, you still have the quality of life feature of being able to select a character, like, you know, midway, like partway through the adventure as you enter another race. Which is the exact same thing you can do in terms of, which is pretty much the exact same thing you can do in like the home-based console version for the PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. So yeah, Nintendo GameCube even like got a release. So yeah, you can pick Crash, Coco, or Crunch. Okay, so yeah. I think the game audio was drowning me out previously, but yeah, just in case people missed that because of the game audio, I'm just gonna explain it here again just in case. But yeah, I'll be playing as Crash Bandicoot all the way, especially due to the fact that I'm just keeping consistency with all the follow special celebration live streams that I've been doing, where I've been playing as Crash all the way when I played CTR and CNK within those previous events. So yeah, same with Crash Bash. Although if this was a speedrun, I would definitely be playing as Crunch, because he is a speed character and he is like guaranteed to get you ahead of like all the competition and everything. Not only that, but get the fastest times and the laps possible. But yeah, I'll just be playing as Crash all the way. simply because this is just, you know, a chill live stream. It's not that serious, but of course, if it was like, you know, a time-intensive sort of event, like a speedrun, of course I'll pick Crunch. Okay, so Totemik SK says it's always about saving the world in Crash games. Yeah, 100%, like, that's always a premise of Crash Bandicoot games. Like, no matter what type of gameplay premise that they put into action, or what type of gameplay premise that they put in place. Anyways, let's jump into the race. This is insane. Alright. Okay, good start. Okay, so the controls are pretty much more or less the same, but the only difference is that whenever you're power sliding, you legit have to coast the accelerator as you're doing it. I think that's due to the fact that, you know, the game, I think that's legit due to the Game Boy Advance's button limitations itself. So yeah, that makes it harder for practically like no reason. Well, not necessarily no reason, but like, man, it just makes it more intense. But yeah, man, it's pretty fucked up. And for those of you who are like unfamiliar on pretty much the entire gameplay premise of this, well, I mean, not the gameplay premise, but like the control scheme of the game, then yeah, the controller is going to destroy your hands, and I don't think it will help if you're playing on a PlayStation 5 controller just like I am. But like, I think since I had time to de-rust, you know, it's sort of like, I sort of adapted to it recently. So yeah.
Yeah.
You legit
you have to kind of do it.
You have to like,
yeah,
you have to like mentally prepare yourself in the background. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, I'm actually not doing too bad, and honestly, like, keeping yourself ahead in first place is legit, like, you know, precisely what you want to do. Not just because you want to win the race, but for gameplay experience on top of that, because since this is the Game Boy Advance version we're talking about, if there's like too many races on the screen, or like too many characters in general, the game literally just slows down. It starts to lag and tank proper hard. It's fucking insane.
Ooh.
So yeah, it legit slows down the performance of the entire game on top of that. Although, take a look at the scenery, like, it's really cool the way, like, they sort of utilizes the Game Boy Advance's capabilities. Like, you even get to see like parallax scrolling in the background, which is really cool. Not only that, but the way they actually make the terrain itself, as in like the racetrack terrain itself, blend in with the background images. It's an interesting way to sort of create an optical illusion per se. And then like you take a look at the background itself, and it's like, it's not just one picture, it's literally a combination of particular images that have like, you know, that have like transparent backgrounds in order to create, you know, the sensation of parallax scrolling. Because like they're not all scrolling along with each other, and it builds atmosphere on top of that. Okay, so just like that, I won the race. So yeah, Rob, have you played Nitro Kart before?
Good question. I don't know. I mean, well, to be fair with you, I don't think I have, because I can't really recall playing it. As I say, I've rarely played emulators. I mean, for the last 15 years. Well, actually, for the last 14 years. But,
right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and then I might jump into an emulator and play Crash Bandicoot. But as I say, I rarely go on them. That's what I was trying to say. I rarely go on them because, as I say, I'm more focused on, like, you know. Yeah, but I'll definitely have a look. I'll definitely, you know, when I get a moment, I'll look into it. But yeah, cool. As I say, I'm just it's just like, it's not like part. Well, I've not included it in my, like, you know, option list of what's like, because as I say, I've got my own little project to finish off, which I have made progress on, which is to finish Half-Life Alyx, considering it's 5 years old now.
That makes sense.
When it came out, just before COVID. In fact, actually, it was on the exact same date when our PM told us that we must stay at home, and that was Boris Johnson. And it was 23rd of March 2020 when he said that everyone in the UK had to stay at home to prevent the spread of COVID. So yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's
exactly
pretty much
same
it.
day.
Yeah, I legit meant from like a childhood perspective, but yeah, either way, that confirms it. But yeah, if you played CTR, at least you get like a clear picture of like, you know, how this game works. But if not, then like, this will be like an interesting take. Okay, let's get into gameplay. Wumpa Fruit will juice your cards Wumpa Fruit will juice your cards top speed to collect 10 Wumpa Fruit to collect 10 Wumpa Fruit to juice your power-ups too. So yeah, it just powers up everything in the process. So interesting how they've implemented the adventure field in this game too. Instead of just like having you select each track from a list just for the sake of it. You can tell like it's not 100% watered down, it's just like partially rebuilt, but the tracks are simplified on top of that. It's got a different soundtrack too, but I like the tracks for what it's worth. But of course, like the home console ones are more well known. Anyways, Jungle Boogie, let's go. Okay, yeah, sometimes the bouncers can sort of throw you off. I think they cancel out your power slide on top of that, which is pretty fucked up. So over here, like, it's
like
actually
killing inputs.
Yeah, precisely. It is actually like killing inputs. Instead, it's not just killing inputs; it's killing cycles on top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, over here, like, it's actually, I reckon it's actually even more noticeable that, you know, they actually make, you know, the racing track terrain blend in with the background. Okay, Entropy's right behind me. So yeah, these first tracks, they're like really simplistic. A lot of these tracks, like, they're really simplified in comparison to like their home console counterparts. So like in a way, it makes them like pretty chill in comparison, and Entropy just Entropy just shot one of those, like, you know, bowling bombs per se. And I legit just got payback on that motherfucker. Although power sliding is key when it comes to these games, especially when it comes to like Crash Team Racing, hell, even like Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. Like, it utilizes it properly. Although I say all this stuff that like it heavily references Crash Nitro Kart as in like the home console version, which, you know, it actually does. I think like the only mechanic that it's missing, actually no, there's two mechanics that it's missing. It's missing the anti-gravity section mechanics, where like it comes to a certain part of the tracks where, you know, the kart sort of morphs into like where the wheels, they sort of like flip over per se, or like they just rotate in order to like, they sort of rotate sideways in order to act as like, you know, a sort of like sensor per se, well, not necessarily a sensor, but like a sort of a mechanism in order to travel on anti-gravity sections or anti-gravity platforms or parts of a racetrack per se, which is pretty cool. So yeah, that premise is not present in this game, and it's the same case with the whole team up mechanic, where like pretty much like you have like, say you're Team Bandicoot and you're playing as Crash, and either Crunch or Coco are also on the racetrack. Like, there's this premise where like all your power is like juiced up. I think it's dependent on how much Wumpa Fruit you collect on top of like, you know, boosting up the speed of your car and the intensity, well, the effectiveness of your power-ups. So yeah, it's pretty much, you have like this sort of overpowered premise where like you press a specific button in order to like generate a fuck ton of power-ups until like a certain timer runs out. So like it makes you OP for like a certain period of time while you're on the racetrack, which was a pretty cool premise that I thought was introduced into this game. It was a great expansion on top of the original Crash Team Racing premise. So yeah, they took the premise of CTR and they've innovated it, they've improved upon it in its sequel. I say its sequel, but in like the next game that sort of reutilized the same premise. So yeah, that's how it works.
Nice.
So yeah, Jungle Boogie complete. Honestly, I like Crash Tag Team Racing as well. It was pretty cool of how you can like, it's cool how that game sort of like, you know, combines both platforming and racing in one game. I always found it cool how they combined both platforming sections and racing sections in the same game, and on top of that you can clash with another player's car as well, which is pretty dope. One person drives and another person does the shooting. One person drives in the steering wheel and another person shoots with a turret. Okay, so now we're back on the map. You can knock a TNT crate off your head by hopping. That one's pretty basic. Okay, here we go. Tiny's Temple, the third and final track of the first map. Okay, so we're finishing up with Terra. Okay, let's fucking go. This one isn't as bright, and at the same time I think it's a bit kinder on the eyes too, because of the fact that, you know, it isn't as bright. It's darker compared to the other two, and on top of that, like, I think in a way it's more visible too, because it's just easier to perceive things. Like, you know, the turbo pads don't sort of blend into the scenery. But yeah, people, power sliding is certainly key, otherwise you're legit just gonna end up behind your competition. Also, of course, your mileage may vary, but like, it depends. It depends where you are when it gets to like certain turns. Because like, sometimes like it's legit hard to execute a power slide when you reach a specific turn. And yeah, the proper way to actually execute a power slide is to like let the boost meter reach the very top in order to gain the maximum speed out of every single, pretty much out of every single boost execution within that power slide. So like, there's 3 in every single one, and you can chain like 3 perfect boosts in a row on top of that. But like, it's pretty complex to chain 3 perfect boosts in a row, depending on the current situation on the map, on the racetrack. Okay, so that shield saved me from that TNT crate just then. But of course, since I have 10 Wumpa Fruit, my power-ups are officially OP. This really makes the parallax scrolling even more noticeable too, because everything doesn't blend into one another in this map. Okay, so people, you enjoying the livestream so far? I can't believe we're almost an hour in, that's crazy. Although we did have some technical difficulties, but still, it doesn't feel like it's been an hour. It legit doesn't feel like it. By the way, I don't know if anyone noticed in terms of like the soundtrack, but you can sort of tell that they actually reutilized some of the instruments from the Arabian levels in Crash 3 in order to build up that track. They did that for most of the tracks. Well, they did that for a handful of the tracks anyway, but not the complete set, obviously.
Which one was that? Arabian?
Yeah, the Arabian instruments. Well, yeah, some of the instruments from the Arabian levels. But yeah, you'll notice in some of the tracks, especially the one that was just playing for this particular racetrack. Alright, here we go. Back
Oh, was
on
that
the
when
map.
you were in like? Was that when you were in like Saudi and what have you? Well, kind of.
Yeah, that was when I was in the racetrack.
Yeah, but when you said about the Arabian soundtracks, you mean like the Arabic levels where
Yeah.
it's like you're in Saudi and
Yeah, the Arabic
you're jumping
levels.
over like
Yeah, those particular
ones
levels.
that have got like Saudi music to them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got the Saudi tracks. Or Saudi type tracks,
Oh,
per
right.
se. But yeah, they reutilize some of the instruments for some of the tracks in this game on top of that, which is pretty cool. Okay, so we're back on the map. At the starting line, your boost gauge will appear. Press the acceleration button. Will fill the gauge. I don't know whether Troy said press, but what the fuck ever. Yeah. If the gauge is in the red when the light turns green, you'll get a boost. You'll get a boost. You'll get a boost. Okay, Kronk's challenge, our first boss fight race. When it comes to the boss fight races, the 4 main ones, like, are pretty standard. I think the one that's gonna take the piss the most is the final boss race with Emperor Velo. He takes the piss on both the home console version plus the handheld portable console version as well. So yeah, the portable handheld console version is no different when it comes to piss takes. Okay, more dialogue. You've collected 3 trophies, a promising start. A promising start. Now you must face Terra's champion, Kronk. They will race me? They look too slow, take them back. But Kronk, they're from a planet just like yours. It's called Earth. Just like yours. I will race them and show them who has the better planet. Hey Sandra, welcome to the livestream. She says, hi, how are you? Yeah, we're doing pretty decent. But yeah, she renamed herself to Lara Boss Killer for some reason, but yeah. It is what it is. Anyways, cheers for stopping by regardless.
We had a bit of comedy earlier on.
Yeah.
When
What
Cool
partial
got a bit of
comedy?
trouble
More
with
like
his
piss
controller.
takes. Yeah, like I think the Visual Boy Advance Emulator decided to pull some next hijinks type of bullshit. But yeah. Yeah, it's nothing. Honestly, when it comes to when it legit comes to technical difficulties, that's something you'd expect from a Dingo Crash livestream at best. That's like pinnacle, that's legit, like, pinnacle peak Dingo Crash live streaming content. Well, pinnacle peak Dingo Crash live streaming standards per se. Because you know that's usually the case. Yeah, definitely need to put more power slides in order to get ahead of Kronk. But you know, like, the first 4 are piss easy, the rest are fucked up. Half the time, like, I don't even know whether it's to do with the fact that it's, you know, oh, we blew each other up just then. But yeah, I don't know whether it's to do with sometimes, or I think like half the time, I don't know whether it's to do with the fact that it's literally just like the samples sort of being like compressed, as in like the audio samples, but half the time it almost sounds like Kronk is saying, fuck this! It's a funny reinterpretation of that, but yeah, it's sort of what it sounds like.
He's just fed up. He's just
Yeah,
like,
man,
oh, forget this. I'm just gonna go.
He's just rage quitting on the track, even though he's still pedaling forwards. I need to
He's
pass
just
that
giving
more.
up. He's practically giving up.
Yeah, man, he's practically thrown in the towel.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go. We need more power slides. We need more power slides up in the building. Well, he says I will crush you, but it's, half the time it sounds like he's saying fuck you or some shit, or fuck this. But even then, half the time it almost sounds like he's saying I will fuck you. And it's like, okay, we gotta get away from this motherfucker. So we got a rapist on the track. A rapist on the racetrack, man. Rapist on the loose. Someone called social services. Anyways, that's someone called the police even on top of that.
Call the FBI.
Yeah, call the FBI, man. Or hire a professional hitman.
They shouldn't have put. They technically shouldn't have put that into a game if that was the true meaning of it.
Yeah, if that was the true meaning of it, then of course like it wouldn't be put in a game in the first place. But you know, the way it can be interpreted like that though, because the way like the sounds are sort of compressed, which you know, it's partially understandable because this is Game Boy Advance capabilities we're talking about here. No, Sandra posted more comments. She says, I'm doing good, partnership on YouTube, congratulations. If that's the case. TTMKSK says, I like how Wumpa Fruit is so popular, they also use it in interplanetary kart races. Yeah, they actually do. It's pretty interesting. Sandra also says X triple D or XDD, and she says, miss you old friend. Yeah, likewise. Honestly, it's great to see people jumping into the chat and just like reuniting with people on top of that. In terms of the gameplay, as a result of defeating Kronk, congratulations. Kronk unlocked in arcade and time trial modes, so yeah, we unlock Kronk as a playable character. Key makes you champion of Terra. Works on all gates in world. Okay, I presume they did that on purpose. All gates in the world. Come visit whenever you want. Seems like my planet is a copy of your planet, or some shit like that. Suddenly, Crash has an idea. He gives Kronk his yo-yo. Yeah, I remember that. What is this? Is this a gift from your planet? And then he legit just gets tied up in the yo-yo. Doesn't even know how to utilize it. Yeah, man. The cutscenes themselves are even funnier. But you know, this is what we get with the Game Boy Advance port. I understand. It is a gift from your world. Kronk, leave my sight. I think he says it more dramatically, like, Kronk, leave my sight. You did well, but you are nowhere close to winning the circus yet. On to the second world, Berin. On to the second world, Berin. Congratulations. Now you can access Velo's Citadel. From there you can find entrances to other world hubs. You can unlock hubs by winning trophies and beating each world's boss. Good luck. Okay, Velo's Citadel we go. Oh yeah, by the way, it's always the yellow spot on the map in order to go to like, or either the yellow spot or the gold spot, but either way, it's always that spot on the map that takes you there. Okay, I presume this is Velo's Citadel. Yep, I was correct. Okay, here we are. While turning, your kart slows down. To avoid slowing down, start a power slide by pressing and holding the hop button. By pressing and holding the hop button as you land from the air. The power slide ends if your kart hits anything or you hold it too long. A hint that we were already previously aware of since the original CTR. But yeah, of course, not everyone's played that before. Alright, now let's jump into Berin. The Berin hub. Well, both this track and the previous track also utilize the instruments from the Arabian levels in Crash 3. This track is like a proper trip. Okay, so 2 tracks are unlocked at this point in this map. So yeah, so far this has been fun. So yeah, it's a pretty short game in general, this is. 'Cause, 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 Okay, so up next is Meteor Gorge and Barren Ruins. Okay, so here we go, Meteor Gorge. Oh, that was a perfect boost. Well, almost perfect boost, but still pretty decent. Man, they get even harder when you like, sort of, like drift off course. But that being said, it is harder to go out of bounds whenever you like, you know, just because of the barriers and whenever you crash into them and all that shit. But you know. Although I've got to say, comparing this reiteration of a track to the home console version of a track, like, it's a lot more flat in comparison, because if you play like the home console version and all that, there's a lot more like, you know, I wouldn't necessarily steep hills, but like there's humps and bumps to go over, and not just that, but like there are like parts of a track that you can skip in the main base home console version on top of that. But on the PlayStation 2, it's like, it's kind of more intense. But like, it's a pretty iconic track though. It's a cool racetrack. But yeah, as you can see, this track is pretty short. They do this with like every track. They make it so like, they make every single piece of, you know, racetrack terrain plus the background image layers blend in with each other really well. It's like, you know, they've really thought it through in terms of design premise for the Game Boy Advance. It's certainly a great way to utilize the console's capabilities, performance capabilities and graphical capabilities on top of that. Okay, that was a much better power slide. These tracks are a bop.
Bop it.
Yeah man, proper bops. Yeah, the Bop It reference too, I remember that. Man, that's been around for such a long time.
Yeah, it has, yeah.
Even though I hopped over a boost pad there, like, I can still power slide, so yeah, all is not lost.
Not yet.
Not yet. That's only a matter of time, but you know.
Do you know what's quite ironic?
Nah, all is not
Do you know
lost.
what's quite ironic?
Yep.
Like,
What?
because of it being quite warm outside, inside it's slightly cool.
Yeah, in comparison, it is a bit like, it's a bit more chilly.
I've got no aircon.
Yeah, that's what I clocked. Even without aircon, it's a bit more cool inside in comparison to outside.
It's weird. Well, I mean, I know that I've got like very big curtains.
Yeah, it's
that are
unconventional.
blocking a bit of sunlight. That are blocking a bit of sunlight, unless the sun has pivoted to a direction where it's not actually projecting. Well, I mean, because I'm like west facing. The sun's sort of like in the south, in the semi-southwest or the south-southwest, given the time frame. Well, actually, no, it's still in the. It's heading south now because it's around 11:15 UK time.
Yeah, pretty much.
And given the way the direction the sun goes, 'cause it rises in the east, so unless it's still in the east, but then eventually in the afternoon it's going to shine over here, the west-facing rooms. And
Yeah,
then,
potentially.
And then it will just become a lot hotter, but brighter at the same time. So I suppose, yeah, it's just early days at the moment, because it's
Yeah, it's definitely early days and
still
it's
the
gonna
morning.
pick up.
It's still the morning. I don't know if your room is like west-facing or south-facing, but yeah, it's
At this point, I can't
it's just a
really
bit
tell.
weird at times.
Yeah, it is unconventional. Anyways, yeah, as you guys can probably tell, yeah, it took a while for the other races to catch up and, you know, hit the finish line. Especially, as you can see, the whole practical 33-second difference between me and Cortex just there. It's like power sliding helps a lot. Power sliding is key, people. Power sliding is key.
You fool! Do you think I'm aware of this? Do you think I'm unaware of this situation?
Yeah, that's a Cortex in Crash 2. Yeah, that'd be an interesting response. It'd be a fitting response too, for that matter. You fool! You think I'm unaware of the situation? Okay, Bear in Ruins, let's fucking go. Okay, here we are. Also, you might have heard this track before, Rob, but this is like a commonly used track within Crash Bandicoot memes on top of that. So yeah, this is where it came from. The one that's playing right now, like, it might or might not sound familiar to you. But yeah. But yeah, some people either like used it for memes or like references or what the fuck ever. But yeah, like, it's a nice composition for like, you know, its entire premise. Okay, I need more boosts. When it comes to later tracks, especially this track, like, you know, parts of the background are also animated, which is even more interesting. This one, like, it's only noticeable at a certain part because you only see, like, this totem, well, not even, like, I wouldn't say a totem pole, but you see, like, a tiki statue or whatever, you see its eyes flashing in the background, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I see that, yeah. Yeah, I was listening carefully to that soundtrack. Well, I think the only thing that brings back the vibes is like the quality of the sound.
Pretty much. Because like, it was made for a specific type of hardware, so it's like, it sort of makes sense with the instrumentation that they used.
Yeah. I know that in Fusion...
It's very simplistic. Yeah, that one was pretty iconic. For like the first homeworld part, well, the first homeworld portion per se.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was proper iconic.
Yeah, something like that anyway, yeah.
This one I completed it like it was nothing. I completed this track like it was
I wasn't
nothing.
even trying to do like the actual, you know, representation of that track, but it's something similar. It's like being in a jungle sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah, it certainly simulates the whole Jungle Island type of vibe.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. And then you'd go into the snow well, then you'd come up to the castle where Spyro is, and then you know,
what? The
become friends with Spyro.
Yeah,
because,
pretty much.
Yeah, because Spyro thought you were an imposter.
Yeah, Spyro initially thought Crash was an imposter, and it was like, well, not necessarily imposters, but they both thought that they were like, you know, working for the opposing villain, like Cortex. As in for the antagonist, Cortex and Ripto. But yeah, so there was like a Jungle Island world, there was an Arctic snow world, well, an Arctic ice or snow world per se. Then there was like, then there was like a lava, like, or like a magma volcano world.
Oh,
then there was a castle world, and then there was what you call it, and then there was what you call it, Cortex's base as well.
Where Nina chases you, yeah, that was it, yeah.
Oh, Nina chases you like, I think she chases you in like one of the earlier worlds, but yeah, I know you definitely fight Cortex in the space station world. That's it. Yeah, that was the one I was thinking of, because it's all tech and electronic and all that. Hey Dark Lizard, cheers for stopping by, welcome to the live stream. This says, when a celebration stream where Cool Pro receives the finest head in London. This guy, making like the most fucked up references. But anyways, cheers for stopping by.
It's the retro gamer of all time.
Time for more retro content. Yeah, cheers for stopping by, bro. He says, don't worry, it's good to see you. Likewise, man. Cheers for stopping by. So yeah, we're pretty much like 3 live streams into this event. Okay. So we're back onto the Arctic map. Bearing. While in a power slide.
Do you have a copy of Fusion in your archive?
Yeah, I actually have a copy.
Directory?
Yeah, I've definitely got a copy of Fusion. While in a power slide, your boost gauge will appear. When the gauge turns red, you can press the acceleration button to get a turbo boost.
Yeah, because it's like a build-up and then you can unleash that.
Yeah, it's a partial build-up. Deep sea driving, let's fucking go. So yeah, Dark Lizard, as you can tell, I'm playing the Game Boy Advance version of Crash Nitro Kart. And yes, I know, I could be playing as... And yes, I know, I could be playing as Crunch, but like, as explained before, like, I've been playing as Crash throughout like, every single one of these Follow Celebration live streams when I did Crash Team Racing and Crash Nitro Kart on the PS2 as part of those previous live streams. So yeah, I'm just keeping consistency with that, but of course, if this was a speedrun, I'd definitely be playing as Crunch. Hence, he's a speed character. Hence, well, his character has like the speed engine. So yeah, for Team Cortex, for Team Bandicoot, Crunch Bandicoot has like the speed character premise. He has like, Crunch Bandicoot has like the speed engine. Whereas like for Team Cortex, Tiny Tiger has the speed engine. Tiny Tiger has the speed engine preset. So yeah, there's a shortcut that you can, in this track, that you can pull off as well, which by the way, it's not as noticeable. You can pull it off, but the depth perception can fuck you over. It's easy to misjudge your jump. So you can still hop, like you can conventionally in CTR and CNK. But yeah. This is where they start putting up traps as well, man. It's proper insane. What the fuck? Okay, I jumped over a boost pad just then. An essential one at that, because it fucked me over.
Forever young, I want to be forever young.
Indeed.
I keep seeing Facebook reels of that track, like
yeah, it pops up quite a
celebrities
lot.
that are AI generated. It's sort of like the famous celebrities morphing
Nice
from like
shot.
when they were
Took him
born
out from
to
behind.
like, you know, where they are now. Like,
Yeah, that's
over
pretty
the
interesting.
over the years.
I've seen a lot of those. Like it legit
And
just
then in
shows
the background,
like
all you hear is
comparisons.
Forever Young.
Yeah,
like,
Forever Young is
Forever
the Alphaville track.
And then there's Sherry, Sherry Lady, which I think comes off Belinda Carlisle's Circle in the Sand.
Okay. Okay, so the shortcut is legit after that bounce section. I fucking knew it. You know, that did fuck me over, but I'll restart the track. I had a feeling somewhat I would be able to, you know... I had a feeling, well, I presumed that was sort of gonna happen. So, yeah, it was only a matter of time. Yeah, it's always the big characters. But yeah, I'll read the comments in a bit. So I sort of had a suspicion that was going to happen at that point, especially since the depth perception is so fucked up. Okay, made it that time. Perfect. Okay, that's definitely a good way to demonstrate it. Although you can power slide it. Although you can actually power slide on top of it as well. But you know, I was just playing it safe just then. Wow, that was a pretty good catch with that turbo boost pad just then. especially with that trampoline one that I just picked it up. Like, I was legit on the precipice of that turbo boost pad jump. I was legit on the precipice of that trampoline turbo boost pad just then. I was right on the edge. Man, the pure insanity that is. Here we go. Okay, that was a good catch. Oh, that was an even better execution. I was only like 50% expecting that. I wasn't completely anticipating that, to be honest, so yeah. When Tiny says Tiny knock you out, it almost sounds like he's saying Tiny knock you up. Like, Tiny knock you up! What you know, we got another like partial fucked up reference just then. Or another
Sort of
partially
like
fucked up reinterpretation per se.
That's like it's like a Mortal Kombat uppercut.
Yeah, sort of like. Yeah, that's partially what it reminds me of, like a Mortal Kombat uppercut, or even a Tekken uppercut, or a Street Fighter uppercut. Any type of uppercut, to be honest. Anything that's like, you know, implemented into a fighting game. Okay, third time fucked up. Third time unlucky, but still. Usually it's third time's a charm, but you know what? I got the best of 3. I got 2 out of 3. That's decent. I'm still taking the win. Fuck it. Okay, so we're gonna say what?
Like if you've got like a Dolby Atmos surround sound sound bar, right, with a bass with a subwoofer at the bottom. Like if you've got like a Bose branded soundbar, which has got strong bass,
right,
strong, you know, Dolby surround sound.
Yeah, almost like a subwoofer, but actual soundbar. Yeah, the impact that will
sound
have.
effect. Yeah, like they have in cinemas and stuff. You can imagine if you see an uppercut and then the animation plays and it goes like slow-mo uppercut. That'll be hilarious.
Yeah, it's proper insane. Yeah, that would be fucking priceless.
I would have laughed my head off because it would make it so clear.
Yeah, man, it would proper enhance it. Anyways, I'll read some of the comments before proceeding. Okay, so Dark Lizard says Crash Nitro Kart looks outdated these days. As a game itself, you know what, especially with Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled in the picture, it certainly makes the game look more dated. Actually, like, with Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled in the picture, it makes both the original CTR plus the original CNK look even more dated than it is in the Game Boy Advance version. 100% without a doubt clearly looks dated because clearly it was made for inferior hardware. Plus the N-Gage version. Okay, yeah, legit just dealt with something just there. I'd sort of put someone in their place who are just making a bit of commotion alongside the door, but yeah. Anyways, back to the comments. Okay, so Dark Lizard proceeds to say, lol, you literally predicted what I wanted to say. Insane. What, about everything in general, or just about like something specific? But either way, like, I can sort of understand because, you know, the topics that I'm discussing are pretty relatable, to be fair. Dark Lizard also says, always the big characters. Yeah, man, it's always the big characters that have, like, the speed mechanics. Because, like, with Team Bandicoot, Crunch Bandicoot has the speed engine, whereas with Team Cortex, Tiny Tiger has the speed engine. That's pretty much the premise that they went by. Also, Memo Twitch just popped in with a raid as well. It says Memo Twitch is raiding with a party of 5. Thank you very much for bringing 5 people to this live stream. Cheers for stopping by and cheers for the raid. You're a legend for that. So yeah, you dropped a social torpedo on top of my live stream. Yeah, I had to make that reference.
Hey.
I had to make that reference. Hey.
No, I was laughing because I know that you usually raid, which makes sense.
Yeah, I normally
This
raid people
time,
too.
It's the reverse.
Yeah, this time, like, yeah, it happened like the other way around. It happened in reverse. Like from someone else. Although I am gonna raid someone else anyway, but yeah. That's just how the game goes, you know? That's just how the game goes.
Well, that's the Twitch concept that
Yeah.
every new Twitch user overlooks.
Yeah. That's a pretty basic concept.
Unless you've got experience.
Yeah. Unless of course,
Experience?
either you
Get the
got
idea.
experience or you looked into it. Yeah, if you have experience or you looked into it, you get the picture. So yeah, Dot Lizard also says, yeah, this game from the 2000s looks like a game from 1986. Yeah, tell me about it, especially for how simplistic it is. Although saying that, yeah, especially with the
Sounds very
soundtrack.
retro.
Although saying that, it does sort of like, you know, utilize quality of life features on top of that. So in a way, it's still a bit more advanced to, like, you know, NES games from 1986. Actually, I don't even know if the NES is even that old, but like, I don't even remember whether or not it's that old, but yeah, it's kind of, what you call it. But in a way, the graphics are sort of comparable to F-Zero as well, which is also like, I think is also an NES game on top of that. But like, it's an anti-grav racing game, but it's completely anti-gravity. It's funny because people presumed that Crash Nitro Kart got that premise from F-Zero when they actually didn't, because Crash Nitro Kart actually utilized both actual kart racing plus anti-gravity racing, whereas like, in terms of using the anti-gravity mechanic, whereas like F-Zero is legit just like a straight up anti-gravity racer through and through throughout its entirety. It doesn't use two different concepts. So yeah, technically Crash Nitro Kart still created an original concept in that respect. Okay, so Dark Lizard also says, so you've predicted the thing with CNK but on a Game Boy. I wanted to make a reference that this is fake CNK XD. When you put it like that, you can sort of like say, okay, like this is the fake version, the real version is the version that we play on PS2, Xbox and GameCube. So yeah, pretty much in that respect. It's cool how you can see like one of the crystals in the background all animated as well. That's actually a pretty interesting attention to detail, especially for a Game Boy Advance game. Okay, so back to dialogue. After performing a slide boost, the boost gauge will begin to fill up again. When it turns red, you may hit the acceleration button to get a more powerful boost. 3 slide boosts in a row will give you maximum speed. Something we're already aware of. Okay, now we're on to the second boss race. Nash's challenge. Okay, this is where we race against Nash. Yeah, first we raced against this like type of ape in a way, or like a tribal ape, but from like a different planet. Now we're racing like an aquatic creature, like effectively like some sort of like shark, but he throws the temper tantrums of a 5-year-old pretty much. If you've seen the base console version. If you've seen the base home console version anyway. Okay, back to dialogue. You now have 6 trophies. With these, you've earned the right to race. You've earned the right to race Bearing's champion, Nash. Yeah, sort of had to recalibrate my throat a bit there, but fuck it. Shit happens. Yeah, shit happens. Nash was engineered to always keep moving. He never even sleeps. I am really getting antsy standing here. Need to move. Need to move now. Time to go. Excellent, Nash. Excellent. It's funny because, like, in the proper version of the game, he rages at Velo, and then Velo just gets like low-key pissed off of him. He just like grunts in frustration. But yeah, this is... I don't understand why I decided to reinterpret it here, but like, they certainly shortened some parts. They certainly cut parts out, that's for sure. Also, yeah, I don't understand how in Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled, when they brought back Emperor Velo the 27th, they, in a dialogue, they changed the pronunciation of his name, or pronunciation of his name, to Velo instead of Velo. And originally it was Velo in the OG Nitro car. I don't know whether or not that was a developer oversight, but yeah. That was bonus content for the game itself, when it came to releasing patches for Nitro Fueled. But yeah, I still recommend it. Anyways, now for the boss race. Okay, that fucked up the boost. Okay, that was pretty cheap. That was a lot better. Yeah, it's easy to crash into scenery, so yeah, just be aware of that. That was super close. That was almost close. Okay, so yeah, we're back in deep sea driving for this race. So yeah, at this point you're still pretty close behind. These races are pretty standard, but just like in the PS2 version, Emperor Velo is quite a piss take. Okay, that was pretty good execution of that shortcut just then. Okay, I legit lost track of my power slide boost just then. But yeah, Dark Lizard, just in case you're wondering, yeah, the mechanics, the power sliding mechanics are actually quite different. And it's different in the sense that you actually have to like use the acceleration button as like the boost button in order to pull off the boosts within the power slide. So how that works is that like whenever you're actually sliding, whenever you're drifting, you actually have to like coast the accelerator. You legit have to actually coast the acceleration button. So like you coast the accelerator while you're drifting in order to then pull off the boost within the power slide while you're actually executing the power slide itself. That's legit how it works in this game, I shit you not. That's actually how it works in this game. But yeah, I'm not sure whether or not you're aware of that, but I figured I'd just point that out since you're here. Plus, also, on top of that, this isn't a very commonly played version of the game either. So yeah, the most commonly played version of the game is, of course, the PlayStation 2 version, or the Xbox version, or the GameCube version, depending on which one of the three home console versions you grew up with. As part of the 6th generation anyway. Okay, yeah, it's always like, you've got to be precise when it comes to executing that shortcut, but hey, I'm still ahead, fuck it.
It's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna skip past this.
Yeah man, skip past that shit. I mean, like, when you got nothing to lose, it's not that big of an... Well, I wouldn't necessarily say it's not that big of an achievement, but it's not that big of a... It's not that big of a loss to take if you go past it. If, like, you haven't got that much to lose.
Yep.
Yeah, it's only a loss when you're actually speedrunning. That would be a major time loss. But nah, fuck it, it's just a chill live stream. Okay, we've defeated Nash. Just like that, we've unlocked Nash as a racer. Congratulations, Nash unlocked in arcade and time trial modes. Okay, so let's proceed to the third world. Hey, can I get my key back, please? Just then Nash falls. to the ground and curls up. Yeah, that's when Coco hacks into his brain and then he just like falls asleep as he's like, you know, gasping for air. So yeah, because apparently his premise is that he's programmed to never stop in terms of like the mechanism that powers his brain. I think like that's the device that he uses. And Coco's like, I hacked his brain to make him sleep. He looked like he needed some. The poor shark fiend. Yeah, that's pretty much what she says in the home console version too. But yeah. Well, you are halfway there. Here's where things get tricky. On to phenomena. Alright, onto the third world. To make tight turns, perform a brake slide by holding down the brake button while turning in the direction you want to go. Alright, let's fucking go. Let's get out of here. Onto Vila Citadel. Into phenomena. Okay, Baron Hub. Oh no, that's Terra. Fuck it, almost went to the wrong portal there. I was so close. I was proper close to it and all. Like, here we are, phenomena. Okay, so the first track is Out of Time, then afterwards would be Clockwork Wampa, and then Thunderstruck. Also followed by Desert Storm. Okay, Out of Time, here we go. It's interesting how they make everything blend in. Yeah, that's Clockwork Wampa, so that's like not the next one. Next one is Out of Time, which is this one. Okay, so as we're jumping into Out of Time, fun fact, in this track you can actually unlock Fake Crash if you go to a specific section out of bounds, which I'm actually gonna pull off first off as a bonus feature. Okay, let me just restart that. Okay, so at this point I'm gonna unlock Fake Crash by drifting off, Okay, so let's go. Okay, so at this point, for the first part of this track anyway, I'm actually gonna go off track. I'm actually gonna go out of bounds from this track at a specific point in order to unlock Fake Crash, just for the fun of it, as like a bonus feature. And of course I'm doing that before getting the actual trophy, because every time you get a trophy within a race, it legit locks up the track until you defeat the boss fight, just like it does in CTR. Just like it does in CTR and CNK. As in like the proper version of CNK. So yeah, there's a specific point, like, where you start seeing, like, circles, like, on the map. So it's somewhere around here. So yeah, it's a part where, like, it doesn't have, like, Okay, I've sort of made it through, but I wasn't intending to do that. But yeah, I know that it's somewhere on the left. It's been a while since I've done it as well, but yeah, I know for a fact that when you follow like a certain pattern, you just know that there's a certain point where you drift off the map. So yeah, like, I'm more concentrated on that than the race at this point, because I just want to do that first. And plus, when you unlock Fake Crash, it's sort of like, you know, it restarts the race anyway. Or like, it takes you back to the the adventure hub anyway. Yeah, it's somewhere over here. So there's like this multicolored circle. Yeah, here it is. Like you pretty much like find that small multicolored circle in order to pass over, and now we can go out of bounds from the track. So here's one island section, but yeah, there's multiple ones of them, and as you can see, there's Fake Crash in the distance, all pixelated. And here we are, just like that. We've unlocked Fake Crash. And they even put a bit of dialogue there. I presume they did that as an Easter egg just for the fun of it. Fake Crash. Phew! Last thing I knew, I was driving, and I don't know how I got here. I don't even know what it's even supposed to sound like, but yeah. Last thing I knew, I was driving, and I don't know how I got here. So glad you found me. Yeah, they gave him a star for some reason. So glad you found me. Congratulations, you have unlocked Fake Crash. Okay, so now let's play the racetrack for real. Okay, out of time, let's fucking go. It's interesting how from Crash Nitro Kart onwards, they gave Fake Crash green trousers, or in the US, green pants. Because originally he had blue sweatpants when he was introduced as an Easter egg in Crash Bandicoot 3 Warped. And they even kept that consistent in when he was like a bonus unlockable character in Crash Team Racing, and a Japanese version exclusive for Crash Bash. Or Crash Bandicoot Carnival, technically, which is the Japanese version of Crash Bash. They even did the same thing for Crash Bandicoot 2 and Trance, where they sort of reintroduced him with like his own type of plotline, per se. Even in that game, he had blue sweatpants. But yeah, I don't know, it's an interesting change that they decided to, like, you know, re-implement. Because Vicarious Visions were initially, like, you know, reutilizing assets from the PS1 games when they were making Excess and Entranced. But then when it came to Nitro Kart, I presume they just decided to redesign the characters completely. Not only that, but in a way it's sort of fitting because technically Crash Nitro Kart was Vicarious Visions' first home console game for the franchise. Because the previous two were clearly exclusive for the Game Boy Advance. Okay, so with that being out of the picture now, we can proceed. Yeah, it's pretty chill right now. Okay, that was cheap. Fucking hell. She crashed into obstacles now. Thank fuck it's only the second lap. But yeah, as you're probably able to tell, you can definitely see, yeah. You weren't here when I pointed this out earlier on Dark Lizard, but yeah. Whenever it comes to a point where there's like too many races on the screen, the game legit just starts to slow down, hence Game Boy Advance performance capabilities. So yeah, it's always optimal to remain in first place for multiple reasons. Motherfucker missed me, but I still had a shield, so fuck it. I still had a force field on me, so fuck it, it wouldn't have made a difference. I like how well the scenery blends in and out of time as well, especially with like, you know, the clock in the background. I think, you know, the only difference, well, not the only difference, but one of the like the key differences, well, one of like the key differences with this version of the track, plus, you know, the proper home console, the proper base home console version of the track, is that you don't even ride the clock itself while you're racing. So that's an experience that you miss out on if you don't play the proper version of the game. But anyways, we move. The celebratory music is always chill.
Yep, we move.
Okay.
Move all the time.
Yep, we keep it moving. Alright. A Gem Cup is a series of races in which you are awarded points based on how you place. If you have the most points at the end of a cup, you will get a gem. Feel like, honestly, actually, I don't even mean like hitbox. Honestly, like the text box handling could be a lot better, because to keep saying incomplete sentences like that, it just kind of fucks it up if you're reading that shit out loud, but fuck it. Okay, Clockwork Wumper up there. Clockwork Wumper up next. Man. It's really fucking on my ad-libs there. Okay, I can get a better boost than that. Alright. Now we're fucking talking. Although I have to say, like, this map is actually pretty simplistic, especially in comparison to its home console counterpart. It's like every single track in this version is flat. So like, it's super simplistic. On top of that, this one's actually piss easy to power slide on. Well, for the most part anyway. But yeah, now you can fly through this track, effectively. That's pretty decent, 2 boosts in one go, but at the same time, my power slide did get fucked up. I sort of miscalculated the move there, but it's easy to miss your turn sometimes, because, especially with how like, some of it sort of blends in. You can tell by like the shimmering of, like, you know, you can tell by how the graphics themselves sort of shimmer, but that's partially to be expected. Like, it's a Game Boy Advance game, so like, this shit's gonna look choppy either way. Okay, I know that Cortex had a TNT crate, but I ended up using the fucking missile on him anyway. Ended up taking him out with a missile. It doesn't matter because I took him out with another nitro crate on top of that. Fuck it. Okay, let's go. Okay, we're approaching the end. Man, I hate when my throat fucks me over like that. Especially when I'm live.
You need some drinks.
Need some refreshments. Yeah, I got a glass of water with me, so yeah, definitely gonna have a little pause. Fucking hell. Trapped. Bro, I'm trapped inside a fucking ice cube and I was still in first place. Well, I still was back then anyway. Fucking hell. Okay, now the most cheapest bullshit is happening. Fucking hell. Okay, Cortex is not far off. We'll see about that, Cortex. Okay, come the fuck on. Yes. I just about got that back. I partially clutched that race. It legit looked like I was gonna lose it, but man, I got it back. Claimed back the first position like a boss. Simply by power sliding. You know, what? It legit reminds me of how whenever I used to play Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled online races where I would like race other people online, there would just be people that solely rely on power-ups just to win the fucking race, and they have like no skill whatsoever. They have like no practical skill whatsoever. They just like, they don't know how to power slide, they don't know how to U-turn. It's like, it's fucking pathetic. But yeah, it's pathetic when people like win over those circumstances, but you know, a win's a win. People take it however they can to dog eat dog world. That's why it's good to have a combination of both skill plus power-ups. But yeah, no, that was a partial clutch right there, and honestly, it worked in my favour. Certainly did me a solid, 100%. The whole rotation concept, it certainly looks nice inside this Clockwork Wampa castle area. Although like, it is a lot more fun, like, the home console version is still a lot more fun where you get to ride those cogs and all that shit. And then you have like these massive drops from the sky. It's like you fall a great distance, but you jump and fall a great distance. That shit was always super fun. Alright, let's go. Back to the world map. You must finish a relic race under the time limit to win a relic. You can improve your time by breaking time crates, which can stop the clock for up to 3 seconds. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Alright, Thunderstruck, let's go. Let's fucking go. This one's a bit complex, but at the same time not really. Although this one's really interesting because like, the atmosphere of this one actually changes quite a lot because of the whole Thunderstruck concept. Oh yeah, it's got like trampoline platforms as well, this one, which is pretty dope. And depending on how you utilize it, you can use like all 3 of them. I think there's 3 of them there to my personal recollection. Fucking TNT crate. I hopped multiple times. I hopped a fuck ton of times in order to get that shit off my head. Yeah, you can definitely tell the performance is tanking because of all these fucking competitors being on the same screen at the same time. You can literally see it taking place. It's like Game Boy Advance technical difficulties there.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the atmosphere, you can see like the lighting of this track. You can see like the skybox, well, actually, well, not necessarily the skybox, but like the lighting in general, but like, it's changing constantly. So like, it makes the track look different, like throughout the entire duration of a race. It legit just like changes, the atmosphere is constantly adapting throughout the entire duration of a race. Okay, I almost got all 3 of the trampoline jumps that time. Almost. Just almost. You can pull it off, it's not hard, but you gotta be really precise with them. But you can tell Dingodar fell off a racetrack there. Oh, for fuck's sake, yeah, it's so cheap that you can fall off these tracks as well. Yeah, these get a lot harder as you progress, especially with how like there are no barriers to keep you safe from falling off. It legit just sets you back. It sounds like Dingodile is either saying, "It's hunting time!" or "It's punching time!" That was close. That was pretty fucked up though. Oh fucking hell. But yeah, I actually legit just want to showcase that shortcut being like demonstrated properly. Therefore I can just like show that it's possible to do for those who, you know, don't plan on playing this. Okay, nah, fuck that shit. It gives you a good head start as well on top of that. I know I was in first place then as well, but like, it's good to showcase. Let's fucking go. Of course, if this was a speedrun, I wouldn't be restarting this match. It keeps fucking doing that. It always depends on your positioning too. Come on. Least you can do is execute a better boost. Yeah, it doesn't always like land perfectly, which is why you got adapted the way you see fit. There we go. The kickstart boost is always important. There we fucking go. That's how we execute it. Okay, now it doesn't matter whether or not I pull it off or not, because now it's been completely demonstrated. But yeah, it's just a nice thing to showcase. It looks even cooler the way the atmosphere just keeps changing, because like, no matter what the color palette, like, it just fits, you know? Okay, I'm not too disappointed about that now, because I've already pulled it off once in this live stream. I'm good. Honestly, I'm satisfied. That'll keep me going. It's like, okay, let's proceed. Fuck it. That was close. These traps are a piss take sometimes. They're a real piss take. Okay. That was multiple close calls there, but fuck it, I'm still in first place and on the final lap. I don't see the point in dragging it out. I don't see the point in running it back anymore. Let's just proceed. Nice, legit took out nitrous oxide in the process. Come on, that's so cheap. It's good that I was able to restart that before he crossed the finish line. Cause fuck that shit. It's good that I was able to restart the track before the finish line. You know, it is what it is, fuck it. It's always like towards the end of a race that the racers get sort of more aggressive and up the arse and all that shit. They get proper up the arse. So yeah, just had no choice but to run it back. Fuck you, Polar. Oh, piss off. stupid traps. Well, okay. Slow down. Okay, fucked up on that second one just then. What the fuck? Come on. That explosion shot Crash flying up in the air. Legit. That explosion legit shot Crash flying up in the air. Okay, that was close. Even just by hopping I managed to get ahead of those two motherfuckers. Oh, they hit the shield though, but fuck it. That was a decent dodge. You can say I almost practically threaded the needle with those two traps. Well, those two barriers per se. Barrier traps. That'd be a better way to put it. Fucking hell, the slowdown is ridiculous. Let's fucking go. We pulled that shortcut off on the final lap. Trampoline shortcuts for the win. Now
Nice.
we're fucking talking. Man, it's so much more climactic on the final lap on top of that.
Oh, that's what's going to do. It's excellent. I've just had a memory wave.
Yeah,
of what I
partial
was going to do.
brainwave.
Because there was something that I was needing to do, but then because I was so tired, I was just like, oh, I just forgot like the full context as to the memo of what I was supposed to do.
Yeah, I get that premise entirely. That happens more often than not. And just like I finished the race, me and Polar were so close. We were just like we were more than like 20 milliseconds apart from each other. A legit clutch that. I was on one side of the finish line, and he was on the other, and I was just slight ahead. Yeah, I was on the left side of the finish line, he was on the right side of the finish line, and I was slightly ahead. He was trying to overtake me, but completely fucked up on that. But yeah, proper clutched it.
Yeah, clutch kick.
Yeah, man, clutch kick for real. This transition looks even cooler with the atmosphere changing throughout the entirety of it. It really presents the track nice. Even with like this podium celebration premise that they have in place. It even looks nice with the atmosphere like constantly rotating colours per se. Alright, let's fucking go. In a C and K challenge, the letters C, N, and K are scattered on the track. Collect all three letters. And place first to win a colored C and K token.
Oh, clear.
Alright, so here we are. The third boss fight race. Norm's challenge, so we race up against Norm. I presume this is that mime artist that I race, and he like splits into two. Well, it doesn't split into two, there's like two of him. But it's in a way like he does split into two. Actually, yeah, he does, I just remembered. Because like he splits into two, then morphs back into one. Or he merges per se. With your 9 trophies, you have now earned the right to face Phenomenous Champion, Norm. Don't let Norm's size fool you. He's a demon on the racetrack. Just then, little Norm's body takes the form of a fluid. Yep, he splits up into two. it turns into a blob, which splits in two. It turns into a blob, which splits in two, precisely. Ooh, a race. Count me in, they don't stand a chance. Alright, let's fucking go. It's interesting how, like, in this game, well, in this version of the game, they treat them as, like, they put two different race positions for, like, both versions of Norm, whereas, like, on the proper version, on the home console platforms, like, they're both treated as, like, they both have, like, the same race position, so, like, you have to overtake both of them in order to be in first place. Which, you know, of course, it's gonna be the same premise like this anyway, because, of course, obviously, you're gonna have to be in first place anyway. Hence, that's the entire premise of racing games, period. Hence, that's legit the entire premise of racing games, period. But yeah, anyways, the racetrack here is Out of Time, which is the track that, of course, as some of you were here previously, it's the same racetrack that we've unlocked Fake Crash within when we went out of bounds. I don't even know if that's even present in the boss fight I don't even know if that's present in the boss fight race premise, or like the boss fight race section of this map, but presumably not. They probably just like kept it to the actual racetrack itself, where you race against all other competitors. I don't know if it's exclusive to adventure mode either, but you know, it is what it is. Fucking hell, like this. Okay, it's fucking stupid how, like, it just takes a ridiculous amount of hops in order to get the TNT crate off your head. But, like, it takes the piss even more when it shoots you up in the air so high. It's like, it takes the piss even more when the explosion just, like, blasts you up in the air so high. Like, it just takes, like, the biggest uppercut shot possible. Man, that's like a ridiculous impact level for an explosion radius. Really gotta earn my position back. That was close. That was pretty close, although he catches up quite a lot. Man's frozen you, man's put you inside an ice cube. That's right. Check yourself before you break yourself, motherfucker.
Break yourself before you break yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, for those that get the reference. You're gonna check yourself before you break yourself. Stone cold bullets are bad for your health. Proper iconic.
Imagine playing that on a racetrack, but just driving at casual speed.
Yeah, man.
Tripper.
It's fucking priceless. It's funny because like Ice Cube legit has the exact same birthday as me as well. So yeah, the reference is even more fitting. It's proper.
It's the June month.
The June, yep, the June month indeed. Man, June birthdays are legendary, bro. Top tier.
I have a friend whose birthday's, I think, the 20th of June, and also the 23rd of June.
Yeah, pretty much same here. It's been a while since I've seen them though. Anyways, people, I've just defeated both Norm and Big Norm. As a result, I've unlocked both Norm and Big Norm as unlockable race characters, well, as playable race characters. So yeah, congratulations, Big Norm unlocked in arcade and time trial modes. Congratulations, Norm unlocked in arcade and time trial modes. Alright, so that's that. You know, you did good out there.
Sorted.
Yeah, that's all sorted. You know,
for me at least, because this is sort of going off topic here, but it's like, you know, from the last stream, where I was talking about project managers being shit as they are at times, if they're not like experienced enough. Well, because we have like special timesheet
multiple live streams. Yeah, makes sense.
They gave me the wrong code. So the portfolio delivery lead, who they report to, gave me the right one. I tested it, didn't work. So then yesterday they submitted an extension or validity extension for that, timesheet code that I should have used in the beginning, but I was given the wrong one.
Yeah, talk about highly unprofessional.
And now that I've given and the fact is that that's only one element that sometimes can happen if you're working on a business account that involves timesheet codes. Because sometimes even if you book to a business code, let's say you book your work time to that project code. It's got to be a project code because it's got to tie in. It's got to be
it's got to be
sync, and
it has to be relevant to the project. Therefore, you will need a project code.
If you use a baseline code, that sometimes can get flagged because there was no funding. Because the trouble is with some of those codes, they've got like a fixed window. And if they need to extend it, well, they should have put that in the project plan because, well, I think it was down to handover that was the problem because one of the PMs had gone on annual leave and one of the engineers went on leave. So it's like, well, they need to sort out, who is going to be covering who. Communication was the burden of it all.
Yeah, I mean, it was a problem to start with, but then once it was solved, it just put the burden out of the picture.
Exactly, but I bet you now, this PM who asked me to do some work, which I'm just about to, well, I'm going to do it next week because I've had to schedule it in. When they come back from annual leave, because they're on leave at the moment, when they come back from leave, the client are going to be sending them into a area where they will be completely nowhere to hide, and they're going to have to, when it comes to the end of the project and sign it all off, they're going to have to explain, well, this is why we engineers can absolve that because it's nothing to do with us. They're going to have to answer very intrusive questions about why the project took so long.
Yeah, well, it's something they got to deal with. I mean, it's their problem, they brought it on themselves. Yeah. Anyways.
Well, exactly, yeah. It's the writing's on the wall for them, so
yeah,
I don't really care about it.
Writing is practically on the wall. Yeah.
I don't really care because, as I say, I even had to, well, because as I say, it would have affected us, but it turns out the PMs just did not know how to follow due process and everything because they're not technical. Well, they're in an IT environment. They've got to have some sort of technicality, surely.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Otherwise,
it's all fucking cover-ups.
Yeah, otherwise, what's the point working at the department in the first place? Just defeats the entire purpose. Just kills the whole point. But yeah, anyways, we all get the picture. Now let's get back to the main game, back to the main topic. Okay, back to dialogue on top of that. You did good out there. You stand a chance at winning the Galactic Circus because you work together. Norm, get over here! He says it more like high pitched, but yeah, kind of.
Get over here!
Big Norm and Little Norm.
Scorpion. Get over here.
Yeah, legit sounds like Scorpion from Spider-Man in a way. Get over here. Big Norm and Little Norm merge back together. Perhaps I need new ways to motivate you, Norm. Be gone! Be gone. Be gone, fat. That's a classic reference. I thought he had you beat. But you proved me wrong. You won't be so lucky on Techni, however. You can prevent rough surfaces from slowing your cart by boosting or using an invincibility mask power-up. Invincibility mask power-up. Okay, let's go to Vila Citadel. Okay, 4th and final hub world. Oh, Vila Citadel's right there, but I didn't even... I didn't immediately clock it, but fuck it. I'll just reverse, because fuck it, there's no point. It's literally just there. Vila Citadel, let's fucking go. Okay, so Techni. If this is even it. Yep, Techni Hub. You can tell this track is even more punchy, which in a way is a bit more fitting. Alright. Okay, so Assembly Lane up next, followed by Android Alley, Electron Avenue, and Magnetic Mayhem. Well, Magnetic Mayhem. Okay, Assembly Lane. Let's do the shit. Oh, that's Android Alley. But yeah, Assembly Lane is up next. Oh, BNG, this one is definitely pumped up. Wait, let me get a proper boost out of that one. That's better. They even have fucking oil spills in this level, which makes it even more challenging. Man, music is punchy as fuck in this one though. You can tell by the beat. Yeah, this one's pretty simplistic and all, but like, I think the only thing that makes it harder is the oil spills. Also makes it more complex. Okay, come on, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Come on, we got this. Okay, so this track sort of like blends in less into the background when it comes to the parts where you jump over, but when it comes to like the main parts of the racetrack terrain, it blends in more to the background. But you know, of course, they did what they had to do in order to make the game. It was still a good way for the console's performance capabilities and graphical capabilities for what it's worth. There's always going to be certain specific limitations that come into play. Plus, the Game Boy Advance itself was built in 2001. Well, it was... They finished building... what do you call it? Well, like, the overall build premise of the Game Boy Advance was finished in 2001 anyway, so yeah, you can't expect much. Man, that was close. Could've gotten the power up, but fuck it. The way that Polar, I think it was Polar that bumped into me from behind. It was either Polar or Entrance. Oh, that was close. That was super close. Okay, knocked Polar out. That was a perfect shot. It's interesting because, like, when you play like the home console games, it's like, it's legit hit or miss with the bowling bombs. Although, like, it's partially the same case with this version of the game too, but of course your mileage may vary. This motherfucker pulled out on TNT This motherfucker just pulled out a TNT crate, and it affected both of us. We both got caught in the crossfire of that explosion range. We both got caught in the crossfire of that explosion radius. Man, these tracks. The turns are so fucking small in this track. Can't even cap. See, this is so fucking stupid. Okay, now that's power-up abuse, that is. That's legit power-up abuse. Okay, approaching the finish line. Oh good, I had multiple missiles. Yeah, only up until the point where I started using them was when I clocked it. Only up to the point where I started using those missiles was when I clocked that I had like multiple missiles up in the, what do you call it? Up in my power-up slot per se. Up in my power-up pocket slot per se. Well, speaking of which, this is another one of those, well, not necessarily speaking of which, but anyways, on another topic, this is another one of those clutch moments. Another one of those clutch points where I won by a matter of milliseconds. Me and Polar were so fucking close. I think it was Polar last time as well, so yeah, it's like, I don't know what it is, but Polar probably went to some type of special garage or some shit to get his vehicle modified. We don't know. I suppose we'll never know, but it is what it is. Okay. Cool scenery all round. This never fails to amaze. Pretty basic as you'd expect, but yeah, anyways, let's keep it moving. Collect every crystal in the arena before the time runs out, and you will get a prize. So yeah, just like in CTR and the base version, the base home console version of CNK, the exact same premise of getting a purple token is pretty much earned from a crystal challenge that you collect a fuck ton of crystals in the arena. I think it's up to 20 crystals to my personal recollection. That's usually what it conventionally is. In terms of like how many crystals you collect in those arenas. It's usually up to 20 crystals to what I remember. Okay, Android Alley, let's fucking go. Definitely progressing through. I don't know whether or not it's the same track or a similar track or a remix of the same track, but fuck it. You can tell there's a lot more graphical detail taking place. Well, I say graphical detail, but like they're sort of like, you know, putting animation into play at this point. As you can tell by like the monitors, they're sort of like simulating static onto those monitors where it's like changing pictures in between Crash and Cortex. Where like it switches in between displaying Crash and displaying Cortex on those monitors. So yeah, they're sort of simulating what they're doing in the actual proper version of CNK. But of course, predominantly we see Crash on those monitors. What the fuck? Okay. I didn't 100. Okay, I'm gonna level you. I didn't 100% clock that because of the fact that, you know, I was partially getting caught up in commentary and not only that, but like multitasking with this type of control scheme is a bit fucked up. But it's not too much to get used to if you know, actually had time to sort of like prepare off air per se, which I had myself, which of course I've had myself, in order to even prepare myself for this live stream. So it's definitely been a big help, for what it's worth. Honestly, if I reckon add more time to myself for this game, I'd be even more in touch. I'd have plenty more practice with the entire premise of this game's mechanics. Alright, let's fucking go.
That was my lovely email notification. It just went right through the phone.
Nice.
I don't know if you heard that, but yeah, that was just telling me that. Well, it's because my.
Oh no, it didn't play out here, but yeah, cool.
Oh, didn't it? Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, interesting to know.
It was just a reminder. It was just a reminder for myself. That was all. Like with every.
Yeah, it's useful
Outlook
to set reminders.
notification.
Yeah, I get the same. Yeah, I pretty much have the same thing with Outlook notifications. Alright, so that's that complete. That's this race complete. Also, another thing they did with the background with this is that, what do you call it, they didn't just put animations in place, but they sort of like had taller assets per se in order to simulate the background, because of the fact that a lot of these tracks are on air. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily on air, but these tracks are more like, I don't know how to describe it, but like, they don't have like out of bounds areas per se, so it's literally just, these tracks are more central and more elevated per se. So in order to simulate that, they made like taller assets for the background in order to simulate that they are actually high above ground, when really they're literally on the same pixel space in world space. It's an interesting optical illusion to put in place. Alright, let's proceed. It's even nice to look at in this type of celebratory screen over here.
What have I done with my glasses? Oh, they're there.
Yeah man, glasses are useful, man.
Oh.
Yeah man, proper
Ever since I
useful.
was 12, my eyes have just changed, like in being able to read from a long distance.
So yeah, you become short-sighted over time.
Yeah, it's just with, well, I reckon it's because of what I've inherited from my mum and dad, because they both wear glasses. Well, my mum, she wears glasses when she's like on a computer screen or when she's like driving. And my dad wears glasses all the time now.
Yeah, that's pretty standard.
Sometimes he takes them off sometimes he takes them off just to read something, but sometimes if it's from a long distance, yeah.
Yeah, it always depends on the
And
person's
I refuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I also refuse to wear contact lenses because I remember having some liquid, or some like cleansing liquid, I think, where my eyes would go blurry, and they had to put it into my eyes, and I did not like it one bit. I was like flinching like a cat.
Yeah, pretty much as you'd expect.
But I had to have it done on both eyes, and I was just like, oh, you know, it's like to clean your eyes, you have to kind of like hold the nozzle at the top of your, where you have to kind of look up and then hold the nozzle at the top of your eye and try and aim for your pupil, and then push the liquid, or inject the liquid out, and then it would just, like eye drops, for example.
Yeah, they drip it from a certain height.
And then it stings the eyes, and it's just like, ah.
Yeah man, it's just one of those procedures. Yeah, they drip it from a certain height in order to like aim for the pupil as well.
Yeah, that's what, well yeah, because of that, I technically refuse to wear contact lenses, just for the sole purpose of not wearing actual glasses, because you can wear contact lenses, but then you got to take them out again.
Yeah, you need to take them out, and you'll need eye drops more often as well, on top of that.
there's no point wearing contact lenses if you don't really need to. You might just wear glasses,
Yeah,
because the
glasses are
lenses will
pretty
obviously
simple.
keep. Yeah, because you can see a bit more really. But yeah,
Yeah, it's just
well,
useful
yeah,
wearing
ever
glasses.
Yeah, it's like they say you should have gone to Specsavers. I mean,
Yeah, precisely.
You know,
You should have gone to
'cause-
Specsavers.
Yeah. I mean, I go Vision Express. So I suppose really, depending on... I mean, I suppose really it doesn't really matter where you go, as long as you go to an optician and stuff.
Yeah, any optician
Yeah.
will do the trick.
Yeah.
Well, as long as like you know them well as well, and they know you well enough on top of that.
Yeah, just like the dentist.
Yeah, it always depends. Yeah, it's like that of practically everything, opticians, dentists and all that shit. Anyways, we're back on the map now. The bowling bomb will detonate when it hits something, or when you press a fire button. Its explosion will affect all carts in the blast radius. Yep, precisely. The explosion radius always affects other races. In the process of it happening. Well, in the aftermath of it anyway. Anyways, let's jump into Electronic Avenue, or Electron Avenue. Let's fucking go. Where are we, motherfuckers?
I was just talking to a friend actually,
No,
who was sort of kind of sympathising with me about all the shit going on with just simple stuff, communication and what have you. And then we were talking about like, well, I was referring to a TV show which you might have seen. I think what's it called? Oh yeah, The World's Strictest Parent,
Yeah.
where two teens from Australia fly to Texas, and they are very well known for strong involvements with the military. And there was a particular moment when the teens' parents sent them to Texas to live with new parents to show, or to kind of ensure that they can change their lives around, because they were smoking, they were insecure, they were in the underworld, and they wanted to change that. So they were offered a scheme by this TV company or whatever to film, you know, what it's like to live with strict parents, basically. And these teens went over to this parents' place that signed up to this scheme, and it was really extreme in terms of strictness, because, well, this family who was in Texas, I've forgotten what they're called now, but I can picture the mum and dad and the children by face, but yeah, they were situated on a ranch, you know, like a normal ranch.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you know, they were looking after animals. They were, you know, just looking after, you know, wildlife and what have you, because it's got a bit of therapy to it if you look after animals, like feed pigs and, you know, feed horses and stuff. You know, it's a bit of therapy really for someone who's like depressed and what have you. It's just a little bit of therapy.
Yeah, a bit of therapy,
yeah.
a bit of professional help.
Professional help and a bit of, you know, something just kind of...
What
you know,
the fuck? That would have been crazy if I actually
common.
made that jump. That would have been
common for farmers. It would have been just a bread and butter thing for farmers, but yeah.
Yeah,
it's
potentially.
Just a simple thing that can help with a bit of therapy and what have you, without having to go and see a professional. Anyway, this family was, well, they were, I think, ex-military. I don't know if there was, well, actually, yeah, they would have been ex-military because
Well,
they left the army.
It would sort of make sense why they, you know, it sort of makes sense why they would need professional help, because like sometimes for some people when they leave the army they get like PTSD triggers from shit that happens during their time at the army.
Well, exactly.
Like when they
yeah.
went to war and all
that's
that
why.
shit.
And as soon as they get that, it gives them a chance to showcase discipline. Because the reason why they try and, you know, take, you know, unsecure or insecure teens to the extreme is because they don't want them to be in the same position as they were in the army.
Exactly, that's why like they just put themselves up to it and just help out others. Okay, so Electron Avenue complete. As you'd expect, they had like those enemies that, well, they had like these robot enemies that walk from left to right, which, you know, they introduces other traps in this track. But I still prefer, like, you know, the proper, actual, like the proper home-based console version of the track as well, which is like, it's got plenty of shortcuts you can take, which is pretty sick, and also the soundtrack for it was amazing. I mean, this one was pretty basic. It was a cool track, but still, it's pretty basic compared to the actual proper version of the game. But yeah, either way, Electron Avenue's still a decent track. Okay, so I presume this is the final race. Well, the boss race. Or whatever it is. Geary's Challenge. Yep, it's certainly the 4th boss fight race. Okay, so now we're racing up against Geary. With Techni. Alright. Yep, more dialogue. Just so you know, very few racers have ever won all 12 trophies. But now you must face my finest racer, Geary of Techni, the pinnacle of robotics. Isn't that right, Geary? Only a robot can achieve perfection in this motion. I don't know whether or not he talks in like one tone or whatever, like, only a robot can achieve perfection in this motion, or what the fuck ever. I will demonstrate anyone who gets in my way. Yeah, because some robots, they have intonation patterns, some don't. But yeah, fuck it. I haven't even played the proper version of CNK in time, so yeah, fuck it. Alright, let's go. Okay, we didn't really kickstart that one well, but fuck it. That's a lot better. Speed boost, that's exactly what we need. Okay, I remember his icon being proper basic to start off with, but man, they toned it down even more in this version of the game. It looks even more basic, it looks even more simplistic. Legit just put a TNT crate just before the trampoline boost paddle, just before the trampoline turbo pad. Just you know, just a troll Geary just then.
That was a Minecraft reference, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, I'm completely aware of that. TNT.
It's the AO spin-off. It's a spoof to...
Yeah, it's a spoof to Tire Cruise Dynamite. Well, one of them.
Dynamite, yeah.
Like, it's
it became a spin-off.
Yeah, I remember the spoof. And some TNT.
Yeah. TNT. Like, literally, like, I know that
It was proper
a lot of
priceless.
Minecraft YouTubers... I know a lot of Minecraft YouTubers were obsessed with TNT, and just before I said TNT in that sentence, I almost accidentally said AT&T.
Yeah, thank you for using AT&T. Classic throwback. Yeah, it's easy to mix the two up.
Say AT&T.
It's easy to do both. It's easy to mix the two up. It's easy to say AT&T and it's easy to say TNT as well.
TNT, which is completely different.
Yeah, they're both they're both completely different. Like a telecommunication.
Oh, but it's a good job that
man.
It's a good job subconsciously in a split second I corrected myself
Yeah.
to say TNT.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
I
I
would-
sometimes
I would buy
self-consciously,
TNT.
in a split second, correct myself with certain stuff. Happens a lot, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Minecraft YouTubers,
what do you
one of them,
call it?
Etho, one of the Minecraft YouTubers, Etho's lab, he loves TNT. I mean, who doesn't when it comes to Minecraft? They love
Yeah.
to take that, they love to exploit TNT.
Yeah, people fucking rig the living fuck out of TNTs. Especially in Minecraft.
It's for lazy people as well.
But yeah, like, there's legit the
I think it's
telecommunications. Yeah, there's legit AT&T, the telecommunications company, and TNT, the explosive.
Wouldn't that be then AT&T,
It's funny to, like,
TNT?
Mix them up. Well,
AT&T and TNT.
if you put them both
Wouldn't that be-
together.
Yeah. AT&T and TNT. Yeah.
Yeah, AT&T and TNT. Yeah, if you put them both together. Okay, so I've just defeated Geary. He was actually pretty piss easy, for what it's worth. Congratulations, Geary unlocked in arcade and time trial modes. Very piss easy shit. My key! How did I lose my key? I know Techni like the back of my hand. I know Techni like the back of my hand. Yeah, pretty much. Team Bandicoot stands victorious. And you see, like, Geary just hoovering up the stage. Just cleaning up his act. While he's like, you know, just as he takes defeat from Team Bandicoot. Geary, you have failed me. Okay, here we are. Oh, now this is the final race. With Emperor Velo. This one's gonna take the piss. I know that for a fact. They always make it ridiculously complex. It's interesting how in this one though, they made the portal literally the shape of a square. So yeah, we're automatically teleported to Velo's Citadel in order to race Velo. It's interesting because like in the home console version, it's like a white circle particle in the middle of Velo's Citadel. And it's one big arena that you can explore, but of course it's much shorter here because, of course, it's the Game Boy Advance version. And clearly they're not going to take up that much space on the cartridge. But anyways, let's jump into Emperor Velo. Let's jump into the Emperor Velo race. Velo's challenge. It's interesting how it doesn't detect that you're actually inside the portal until you actually reach the center point of the square portal as well. Okay, this shall be the final race we play. You now have all 4 galactic keys. You now have all 4 galactic keys. With these, you can win the circus. But you must face one final opponent. Me. Yep, indeed. I am the ultimate challenge. Of course, to utilize the same track. Interestingly enough, every time there's a transition between a type of atmosphere, it plays the crystal challenge. I mean, it plays the crystal and gem sound effect. Which is like a pretty basic sound effect utilization, but hey, whatever works, works, you know. I never understood why they did it, but like, in a way it was interesting. Also, yeah, speaking of crystal sound effects, this is literally like the only racing game in Crash Bandicoot where the crystals actually have their proper sound effect. And it's not even like, you know, the proper version of Crash Nitro Kart either. That's bullshit. You know, it's really fucked up because like, it's piss easy to get ahead of him, but at the same time it's like, what you call it? But at the same time he can really speed ahead of you. It's piss easy to get ahead of him, but at the same time it's piss easy for him to catch up on top of that. That is so fucking cheap. You know what's funny though, like I fell off the map and I still managed to make it onto the next part of the track. I still managed to make it onto the next transition. It's like when you phase shift between types of worlds. It didn't even play the animation or anything at that time, it just like when, you know, I fell off the map. It treated as I legit just respawned on that. It just entered the second phase. Well, it entered like, you know, the next phase, but with a respawn animation instead of a transition animation. But yeah, like that's just, it all depends on the character's positioning as well. It can definitely cause glitches that don't normally happen within the game. The fucking bowling bombs, man. You guys proper ape shit with power-ups. I definitely need Wumpa Fruit. Oh great, now we have an Akraku mask. We don't usually have them. Here's the thing, like, you usually get an Akraku mask when you're like in lower places in the race, so like when you're proper behind the competition. Or at least when you're at a specific placement, like you're programmed to have the ability to get the Akraku mask, otherwise you don't get it. But yeah, since this is a Velo boss fight race that we're talking about, since this is the Emperor Velo, the 27th boss fight race that we're talking about, it makes sense to provide Crash with the Akraku mask. And wow, that was proper cheap. Like the second I jumped onto the next phase, Velo legit just like, he legit just like went all proper kamikaze into me and just like knocked Crash out of the track. He knocked me off the map, like straight up. That's fucking bullshit, man. Just straight up knocked Crash off the map. Okay, I've got no choice but to restart because that was literally the end of the race just then. Fuck yes, come on, we need that speed boost. The Wumpa Fruit does help, but at the same time you gotta prioritise your positioning. Definitely need to utilise my power slides a lot more. Well, okay, when they fuck up it doesn't help. Okay, looks like we were both caught up in the aftermath of that explosion radius just then. Fucking hell, come on, how many fucking times do I have to hop to get that stupid ass TNT crate off my head? Alright, let's move it, let's fucking move it. Wait, that was so fucking random, the way that TNT crate just went on top of my head, like... It didn't even... It's like, it didn't even throw a TNT crate or nothing. It legit just appeared on my head as I transitioned onto the next phase. As like the track just phase shifted. That's legit what happened. Man, this is super fucked up. Okay, I went right into that one. At least I managed to get that one off the top of my head. Fucking hell, like... Always utilising power-ups. Fucking hell. See, it's always hit or miss. He fucked himself over with one of his own projectiles though. He legit just went into one of his ice cube projectiles. But here's like another comparison between the portable console version plus the home console version. It's like with certain power-ups that you can actually throw forward in the console version, like the ice cubes and all that, you can't even do that in this version. You have to like throw them, like, you have no choice. Well, it's not that you have no choice, but in a way you do. As in like, when you just like, you know, use the power-up, it's gonna shoot it backwards, regardless of whether or not you press forwards as you're doing it. So yeah, you legit can't throw specific power-ups forward. I mean, it was like that in other ones. It was like that in the proper version as well, but not with those types of power-ups. You were actually able to utilize them properly. But they really dumbed them down in this version. They proper watered them down. Oh, for fuck's sake. He always has a fucking bowling bomb stuck up his ass or some shit. He always pulls a bowling bomb that's stuck up his ass at the last minute. Yeah, I was trying to get him caught up in the explosion radius as well, for what it's worth. Since, you know, he pulled that next level bullshit on me. But yeah, no, he always has, like, some type of power-up stuffed up his ass in order to just pull out the last minute. That's so fucking stupid. Yep, finish line was right there, fuck it. Come on, it's only a matter of time. Let's fucking go. Come on, we need one per fruit, fuck yes. Okay, that collision right there. That collision right there. I'm telling you, that collision right there is proper insane. He's not even power sliding. How the fuck is he even going that fast? He probably has a speed engine more, for what it's worth. I've got the maximum of 10-1 per fruit, so... I just clocked that those bowling bombs actually have like the Rolling Stone sound effect from Crash 1. I legit just clocked that. I mean, the quality though, legit the quality of them, the quality of these sound effects though are unsurprisingly so they're so compressed to a point where like you don't 100% clock them. But yeah, they're ridiculously compressed. But I fucked both of us over like that. You know what it's like? Take me down, I'm taking you down with me, you fucked mate. Tit for tat exchange, bro. Emperor Velo the 27th needs to learn that it's a dog-eat-dog world. That is so stupid, like I didn't even get a chance to hop that fucking TNT crate off. Just how the fuck can I pull that shit off in midair? It's not even possible. Fucking hell, man. Execute a power slide properly. Man, the inputs are bullshit. That's like bollocks input handling. Well, that was close. Almost got me just then. Almost hit me with the fucking bowling bomb that he pulled out his ass. It's always at the last minute that he pulls the next bullshit out his ass, like a bowling bomb or what the fuck ever. Or pretty much whatever the fuck tickles his fancy. Or as Yash put it one time, whatever tickled his pickle or whatever. But yeah, fuck it. Okay, let's do this shit. It's GTFO, cause we're on the final lap. Come on, come the fuck on. Fuck yes, just made it. I've officially just defeated Emperor Velo the 27th on the final racetrack. You even unlocked the new track for like the bonus modes, or for the bonus gameplay modes that are in the game. Congratulations, Velo's track unlocked in arcade and time trial modes. Congratulations, Velo unlocked in arcade and time trial modes. Funny how all this shit is happening to Crash. Funny how all this shit is still happening to Crash, especially while the race is already finished. Congratulations, Spyro unlocked in arcade and time trial modes. That's right, people. This is the first unofficial crossover, per se, of Crash and Spyro. Yeah, I say unofficial because when it comes to Crash Bandicoot Fusion, that was the game that was advertised as the first ever Crash Bandicoot / Spyro the Dragon crossover. Because like, of course this wasn't advertised, this is pretty much just an Easter egg. But yeah, you can actually play as Spyro within the Game Boy Advance version of Crash Nitro Kart for those who were previously unaware of that. And also presumably they did that as a hat tip in Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. So yeah, it wasn't just a partnership stunt. Well, not necessarily partnership, but like, it wasn't just like an Activision franchise type of crossover stunt that they pulled in Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. Okay, so that'll be the end of that. Okay, that's the end of that. Congratulations, you're the first. But yeah, these dialogue scenes are almost finished, so yeah, we're out of the woods at this point. Congratulations, you're the first to have won the Galactic Circus. You put on quite a show, am I right everyone? Yeah. And now everyone's actually cheering for Crash. It's funny because like in one of the cutscenes, only one of the audience members was cheering for Crash. Well, only one of the audience members was cheering for the competitors. As in like the challengers, whether it was Team Crash or Team Cortex, or whether it was Team Bandicoot or Team Cortex. But yeah, they didn't have that present in this one. But yeah, this is present in all of them though, where the entire crowd cheers. You are now free to go. Great, send us home. Earth? No. My empire is yours. All that comes with it. Boo. Then the crowd starts booing. Yeah, pretty much. And Crash just sighs. Yeah, this is a proper cutscene in the actual proper version of the game. Crash is just literally on the throne, just holding his staff of power or whatever the fuck it is. But like, only for a few seconds though. But then they return home anyway, so it all works out. Okay Crash, time to go home. And then, yeah, that's pretty much supposed to simulate them laughing. Ha 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 ha. Yeah man, they're just chilling now. The way Crunch is like on one of those deck chairs and then they just have like those checkered race tiles. Those tiles with like checkered flag designs on top of them. Interesting attention to detail there. On top of the massive, like, you know, I forgot what it was called, but like, along with the massive, like, you know, sunshades type of hat, or whatever you call it. I legit can't even process what it's called right now, but yeah. But yeah, I know it's called a parasol in Portuguese, but yeah. It's pretty dope. Anyways, that's the end of that, we all get a picture. Okay, so then, just like that, it puts us back in Velo Citadel. Okay, so at this point, I'll just play the credits. But of course it doesn't automatically jump to credits, but fuck it. Okay, so let's go back to the main menu. That being the adventure complete. I don't think we can even go back. I think they put it in options. Yeah, they put it in options for some reason, I don't understand why. They should be separate. GameCube link, GCN link, which stands for GameCube link. Yeah, they have like features. There's like bonus features that you can lock when you connect the Nintendo GameCube version to the Game Boy Advance version of Crash Nitro Kart. it just generates bonus unlockables for the game on top of that. So anyways, yeah, I'm just gonna play the credits before moving on. But yeah, there's more to come after this. It's interesting, like, you know, what they put into place with this game. Okay, I'm just gonna play the credits. Pretty interesting credit screen, especially when they have like a close-up of Velo for the most of it. It's literally a close-up of Emperor Velo. Although the good thing about this is that this credits scene doesn't loop. So yeah, this credits roll screen doesn't actually loop. At least to my personal recollection, it doesn't loop. But yeah, no, it was definitely fun doing this live stream for what it was worth. It ended up being longer than expected due to unanticipated technical difficulties, plus a bunch of in-game piss takes, and on top of that, Rob did go on a few of his momentary tangents per se, which of course, like, it did sort of pad the length of the stream, but of course it's still nice to have his perspective on things regardless. But yeah, hopefully in future streams we can keep tangents to a minimum, if possible. Only when there's like nothing important going on. But like, you know, if I'm actually trying to get things moving, it's best to like, you know, keep everything on topic and leave all the off-topic stuff till after everything's finished. I mean, I know it's hard to remember afterwards, depending on, like, you know, what processes through your head, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, everyone does what they see fit, so yeah, more power to them. Okay, now that's pretty much the end of a credit scene. I swear you can go back here. Alright, I was gonna say, yeah, because the Game Boy Advance has like limited button presses. Well, it has like limited buttons in order to, well, it has limited options for buttons anyway, so yeah, I was kind of like pressing a button that wasn't assigned. I was just autopiloted into pressing a button that wasn't really assigned, but yeah. Anyways, that's the any percent completion of Crash Nitro Kart. Anyways people, yeah, any percent completion of Crash Nitro Kart out of the way. So that's pretty much like the main part of this live stream out of the way. So, yeah people, that's the any percent completion playthrough of Crash Nitro Kart for the Game Boy Advance complete. So that at least finishes up the main portion of Crash Nitro Kart. By that I mean, there's also a bonus that this game comes with, which by the way does not require 100% completion. Nope, yeah, that's right people, there's even content that does not require you to complete a game to a certain extent. It does not require 100% completion. And on top of that, it's a completely different premise altogether. So yeah people, what if Crash Nitro Kart on the Game Boy Advance wasn't just a kart racer? Well, you're about to find out soon enough. That's right people, Crash Nitro Kart actually has a hidden game within it. Crash Nitro Kart for the Game Boy Advance actually contains a hidden game called Crash Party. I presume the American version is called Crash Party USA, and as a matter of fact, it's pretty interesting because, like, in order to, like, play this game is pretty much like a party-themed game, whereas, like, it's rhythm-based in terms of, like, the buttons that you press. It's kind of like, it's a fun but interesting concept, so it's like, it's a hidden mini-game that sort of, in a way, also unlocks bonus content for Crash Nitro Kart, like, as in, like, for the actual Game Boy Advance version of the game itself. So it makes you more powerful in terms of, like, you know, actually facing the final boss. So the American version is called Crash Party USA, but this version, since I'm playing the PAL version of this game, it's just called Crash Party. Yeah, it's a bonus unlockable game that's actually piss easily accessible if you actually hold both the left and right trigger bumper buttons as you load the game up. Literally, as you boot the game up itself, while you turn on, pretty much like as you boot the game up itself, as you're turning on the Game Boy Advance with the cartridge placed inside it. Also, as you boot up the ROM itself within the Visual Boy Advance emulator, it boots up this mini game. So it's one of those rhythm-based games where, like, you press buttons in the rhythm. It's like one of those dance. It's like one of those dance. What do you call it? One of those Dance Revolution games per se, but of, like, Crash Bandicoot assets. It's an interesting concept because you play through multiple rounds of it as well, and it's actually pretty fun but also intense at the same time, and the rounds get even harder and harder each time. So there's 10 rounds that you can complete. And for completing up to 10 rounds, the player is automatically provided with 3 homing missiles at the start of the race when you actually race against the final boss fight race, Emperor Velo the 27th, in adventure mode. So in a way, it's sort of like, it unlocks a cheat for the actual game itself on top of that. I presume it adds it to the save file that you've created within the actual game itself. But anyways, yeah, that's pretty much it. It's an interesting premise. It's one thing that you wouldn't expect, especially from a racing game. But yeah, we'll jump into gameplay soon enough. But yeah, it's one of those, I definitely didn't expect it. And honestly, it's something that sort of seems like it would be fitting in Crash Bandicoot Fusion on top of that. Because it certainly looks like one of those types of games that would, like, you know, like, bring more variety per se, because it looks like a variety type of mini game on top of that. Okay, so let's start the game. Crash Party. Nice little title screen there where Crash is legit just dancing, and Cortex's head is just popping in and out of the screen. Pretty basic dance animation, but fuck it. Okay, round 1, session 1. Okay, let's start this. Yeah, and they play some groovy tunes on top of that as well. It's a real bop. This music is pretty awesome for what it's worth. And Entrance just pops up in the background as well. Good job, 3 out of 3 moves. Yeah, they start off really simple, but they get harder and harder as you progress. So yeah, there's multiple sessions per round, and within each round you earn a crystal, and you gotta enter a required amount of button presses. So 5 out of 6 moves. Like, this one isn't really hard, and you might have clocked the screen flashing red at one point as well, and that's what happens when you press a button whenever, you know, that always happens whenever you press a button. when there's nothing there on the actual circle. So yeah, you pretty much hit a button the second the actual button symbol reaches the console, and it always has to be that specific button. So yeah, round 1, session 3, let's go. Let's fucking go. So yeah, they have a few different types of themes that they play, and one of them is actually a remix of the bonus round theme from both. Yeah, one of them is actually a remix of the bonus round theme tune from both Crash Bandicoot XS and Crash Bandicoot 2 Entranced. So 9 out of 10. As long as you like, it doesn't matter, you don't have to get like every single move. You just gotta get the required amount of moves that qualify you to the next round per se. That's how this premise works. Okay, so we're in round 2 already. So yeah, this is pretty much the remix of that. You can tell because it's got the same bass line to it. And of course, wherever you see fit, wherever you see fit, you move the circle up and down. And as you see, that one was a loss there. It's a nice try, 2 out of 6 moves, try again, yes. So we're restarting the session of round 2, even though like we've only just started the first round of it anyway, so it's really not a loss. It's really not that much of a loss, or if anything, it's not really a loss at all for that matter. Okay, good job, 6 out of 6 moves. They get even more and more intense the further you get into them. But yeah, like, this is good for content, you know. It's good to play this for content. Like, it's chill. It doesn't really get intense until you get much deeper into it. Okay, so now they're throwing the right bumper buttons into the picture. They're gonna throw the left ones into the picture on top of that. It's interesting how potentially they could have remixed this track for Entrance, or they could have just like, you know, used it for a different type of minigame which fits this. Honestly, this track actually fits this. I'm gonna level with you people, this track actually fits this type of atmosphere. It fits this type of minigame more than it fits a bonus round. And it's interesting how they remixed it for this premise as well. So yeah, good job, 13 out of 14 moves. You got a crystal. Yeah, it's not that difficult. As a matter of fact, there's no completion factor to this either, so it's like, it's not all that complicated. It's not that deep. Good job, 8 out of 10 moves. I mean, this isn't hard in general, but fuck it. I pressed it at the start. They really mix it up later on, and it gets proper intense. See, like, it's getting much faster. I managed to pick all 3 of them up though. Okay, yeah, I pressed that one pretty early. Good job, 13 out of 14 moves. Yeah, there's always a total of moves that you can get, but you don't necessarily have to hit all of them. Wow, I even got a perfect on that one. Fucking hell. Sometimes, like, your hand orientation is fucked over. It's like, so many of them pop up on screen at once, to the point where it's like, it just fucks up your entire perception of it. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna play up to every single... I'm literally just gonna play up until the final round, up until the 10th and final round of this, and then afterwards, I'll be done with it. Good job, 10 out of 10 moves. Pretty solid. Okay, I pressed X even though I wasn't supposed to. Well, technically A, but X on my PS5 controller, which is what I have the A button mapped to. Okay, that's that done. It's interesting how like the background image itself, it's interesting like how the background itself is literally just like an expanded image just scrolling in a circle. Well, it's literally just a background image scrolling in a circular motion per se. Okay, we got it. 16 out of, good job, 16 out of 18 moves. You got a crystal. Come on, let's go, round 4. Let's proceed. Yeah, the track changes from time to time. This is super fun for what it's worth. This is so fitting for Crash Bandicoot Fusion. Not gonna lie, it would be proper fitting for another minigame in Crash Bandicoot Fusion. Legit, you've really got to keep yourself in check in terms of like clocking what these buttons are. Good job, 17 out of 18 moves. Okay, it's only a matter of time. The way Entrance just like scrolls at full speed in the background from left to right. He just scrolls horizontally in the background for like whatever random potential reason. Good job, 21 out of 22 moves. You got him. Good job, 21 out of 22 moves. You got a crystal. Yeah, every round we win a crystal. Okay, let's progress on to round 5. Fucking hell. Yeah, I pressed that one pretty early. But now, yeah, they really do step it up a gear. Good job, 13 out of 14 moves. I have to admit, this is pretty fun. This is pretty lit. And now they're even throwing fucking D-pad buttons on top of that as well. Man, you can see, like, I'm fucking partially tanking now. Because they're throwing even more shit into the mix. Good job, 14 out of 18 moves. I think I personally reckon I just made that one. Partially clutched it, man. Round 5, session 3. Come on, let's fucking go. You know what's even more fucked up? Trying not to mix up the D-pad buttons for the fucking directional shoulder buttons on top of that. I don't know how I got that one. I don't know how I got that one so perfect. Yeah, that was a perfect one. Literally got 22 out of 22 for that one. Good job, 22 out of 22 moves. You got a crystal, okay. That's round 5 complete. Now to progress on to round 6. It's so fucked up trying not to mix up the direct. It's so fucked up trying to not mix up the direct. I can't even fucking talk for shit right now. It's crazy. But yeah, man, it's so fucked up trying not to mix up the directional input inputs along with the directional shoulder button inputs. Good job, 19 out of 22 moves. Not a bad score to be fair, still pretty decent. Still a good score. Round 6, session 2, come on, let's go. It's piss easy to mix them up at times. Don't let this fuck over your head, man. Don't let it fuck over your head. At least it requires less than what I actually have. At least it requires less moves than what I actually have inside my pocket, so yeah, fuck it. Good job, 23 out of 24 moves. Just off by 1 move, but yeah, still pretty decent. Round 6, session 3. These rounds are just building up, yeah man, just like plenty more button presses. I reckon this only requires some mental preparation, but not entirely. It is proper intense. What am I doing? I'm pressing the wrong button, fuck it. I'm literally mixing up my fucking button inputs at this point, because there's so much shit on the screen right now. I mean, I know what they are, it's just processing them all at the same time, and seeing which one comes first. It's like, I don't know, I'm just pretty much acting accordingly on instinct per se. Okay, so yeah, if you happen to fuck up on a later session within the same round, it just takes you back to... It literally just takes you back to session 1. That's how it works. If you fuck up on the later session within the current round, it literally takes you back to the first session of that specific round. That's how the premise of this game works. I feel like I got those 2 moves backwards and I still managed to eliminate both of them. Good job, 20 out of 22 moves. Still pretty good for what it's worth. Wait, let me double check for anything else. Oh no, nothing. Oh no, but we're still moving though, we're still moving. Okay, let's proceed. Come on. What the fuck? Come on, that was so simple. How the fuck? Yeah, sometimes the inputs fuck you over too. It's not 100% your fault. But then again, this is the Game Boy Advance we're talking about here. Good job, 21 out of 24 moves. Alright, final session. Yeah, there's usually 3 sessions per round. At least that's the convention that they went by in this game. Okay, that's good. Good job, 27 out of 28 moves. You got a crystal. That's so strange, because I feel like I got less. But I actually got more. I was only 1 off. That's not bad. That's still pretty decent. That's pretty great. Good job. Alright, so we progress on to round 7. Let's fucking go. Man, when it flashes red, like, it gives you a false sense of insecurity per se. Especially when you press the right button at the right time. But of course, like I said previously, this is the Game Boy Advance I'm talking about, with its poor input handling. Okay, good job, 19 out of 22 moves. Okay, second session. Okay, that was a pretty good outcome. Good job, 23 out of 24 moves. Okay, final session for round 7. Let's go. Let's fucking go. These tracks are a bop for real. I can just picture people just like, you know, low-key vibing to it and all. Good job, 26 out of 28 moves. You got crystal. Yep, that's all 3 sessions complete in round 7. Man, They're gonna get even more intense. Okay. Let's progress to round 8. Let's see how session 1 pans out. Back to the Excess and Trance bonus round remix. It misses one move. It detects that I missed one move even though I didn't. That's kind of fucked up. Good job, 21 out of 22 moves. And it's even more dope when it gets to a part where it goes da 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 da. It's like, it really enhances upon the track. It really like improves and enhances upon the track. It's perfect for a mini game, like legit. It's perfect for a bonus mini game like this. 10 times more fitting for this than a bonus round within a Crash Bandicoot game that has like the conventional platformer type premise. Alright. Brace ourselves for round 2. I mean session 2. Yeah, brace ourselves for session 2 within round 8. Man, let's do this shit. That's such a bop. Good job, 23 out of 24 moves. That still went pretty well. Okay, come on, like, progressing on to the next round counts on this third and final session. The way they just put random shit in the background just to like distract players, just to throw everyone off their game per se. That was pretty dope. That was actually a pretty decent execution right there, gotta say. Good job, 28 out of 28 moves. You got a crystal. Let's progress on to round 9. We're almost on the home stretch, people. Okay, round 9, session 1. It'd be low-key chill. Okay, I say that, but like, all the button presses are now, they're even more close together at this point. Well, not all of them, but like a number of them. That's how they fuck you over in the later rounds. That was sort of close. It didn't detect it properly, but fuck it. Fucking hell. I pressed it a bit early. Nice try. 19 out of 24 moves. Try again. 19's still a pretty high score though, but of course it's not. Still wasn't enough moves that are required to progress on to the next session, per se. Alright, let's do this shit. Fucking hell. You can pause and sleep, but nah. It doesn't give you the option to restart, which is kind of bullshit, but fuck it. I mean, I know it's just a mini game, but still. Could have had the decency to implement such a simple basic feature. Oh, that's fucked it. I already don't have enough moves. I've already maxed out on all the moves at that point. So yes, it was that middle portion right there that fucked me over. That defo 100% fucked me over. There we go. It's always chill when you have more. It's always a lot more chill when you have a lot more moves in your pocket than there are required left. Okay, well that's that done. Good job, 23 out of 24 moves. Okay, we've already completed the first session now. It's nuts though still, but you know. fucking hell, I pressed the right button as well, so it's like, I pressed the right as in correct, not as in like the right shoulder button. Fucking hell. Nice try, 24 moves. At 28 moves, try again. Yeah, man, they up the ante. Not only do they like put more points, but they raise the restrictions as well. They raise like the progression bar on top of that. Fucking hell, that's already fucked it. Fucking hell. That's already fucked it. Talk about shit timing. Yeah, sometimes you get like really shit cycles as well. I feel like it's RNG because you don't get the exact same moves every single time. At least that's not how it appears to be. At least that's not how it appears to execute, so yeah. Alright. We've completed this one. You can tell. Good job, 23 out of 24 moves. Okay. Is that first session done? Now for the second session. Let's see if we'll do well in this one. 25 is the requirement and I was 1 off previously. Oh great, oh that fucked me over so early. Come on, let's do this shit. Man, like, that proper fucked me over. Yeah, that's fucked me over. I've got 2 below, like, what's the point even carrying on? They might as well give you the option to restart manually. Because it's a bit pointless having the player to just continue playing knowing that they don't have the required amount of moves left in their pocket. Like, it's such a piss take. It just drags out the entire process for no reason. Fucking hell, man. Especially sometimes when it doesn't go up when it's supposed to. Good job, 21 out of 24 moves. Yeah, I practically clutched that one. Still pretty good though. But yeah, it's a piss take when whenever it doesn't go up and down. Whenever it's supposed to. Anyways, round 9. It's always the first session that we complete, but then the second section like fucks you over. Fucking hell, it didn't even go up to the top. What an idiot. Yeah, that's fucked it. That's already fucked it. Come on, it's only a matter of time. Yeah, I've done this before, but man, this takes the piss. Fuck it, we're trying again. Session 1. On the white flashed red, I pressed all the correct buttons. Alright. Good job, 22 out of 24 moves. Just 2 off the maximum, but fuck it. Okay, second session. It's so fucking stupid how it fails to read the proper presses. Okay. Come on, we can still get this one though. But the thing is, like, the amount of moves that we have required lands right on top of the exact same amount of moves that are in our pockets. So like, I have no choice but to do this. Fuck yes. Yeah, I had no choice but to, you know, really put all my effort into that one. Well, I'll say all my effort, but at least I had no choice but to at least try and get all of them correct from that point forward. Otherwise, just fuck you over. Alright, session 3, man. This can take it to the next level. Fucking hell. Yeah, that's fucked up for the most of it, but now at least I have to press every single one of them. Now I have to get every single one of them right. I have no choice. Otherwise I'm fucked. The player is indeed fucked. Wow, like that was proper clutch. Good job. You got... Good job, 28 out of 32 moves. You got a crystal. Indeed, we got the power crystal. That's the penultimate crystal and all. Man, round 10 is really going to take it to the next level. So yeah, final level, round 10. That was proper clutch. I only just survived that one. Okay. Now moving on. Now let's progress to the final round. Let's progress to the 10th and final round. Round 10, session 1. Okay. Which requires proper concentration. Okay, that one was a miss. Well, it wasn't technically a miss, but you know how the Game Boy Advance has like shit input handling. But yeah, here we are. Good job, 23 moves. Good job, 23 out of 24 moves. Okay, that's session 1 complete. Now for session 2. Come on, man, it's the home stretch. We gotta do this shit. Wow, that was a pretty good session too. Especially for the home stretch round. Well, the second home stretch anyway. That was... Okay, home stretch 1 and 2 out of the way now for home stretch 3 for round 10. Round 10, session 3, let's do this shit, come on. Now this is the proper home stretch. Yep, it's definitely fucking me over. You can tell. Oh, no, that's definitely fucked me over. Gonna have to restart the whole round. Man, that is so deep. What? Okay, at that point the circle wasn't even on the right row at that point. Legit, the circle wasn't even on the right row at that point. It was very obvious that that was gonna fuck up. But yeah, on the final round, it just fucked it. Okay, back to business. I see you jumped back in, Rob. But anyways, back to business with this final round. I don't know whether or not you're still watching the stream itself, but yeah, you'll see. You'll see what this is. Oh, and he hopped back out. Oh no, but fuck it, let's continue. And he's back in again.
Hey, cool pro.
Yo, Rob. It's Spider Rebel.
He's still going?
Yeah, still going. But I'm playing like a bonus mini game Easter egg that was like contained within the Crash Nitro Kart Game Boy Advance version. And I'm legit on the final round of this mini game now as well.
Alright. Yeah, sorry about that. I had a phone call.
Oh no, it's fine, man. Like, you gotta do what you gotta do, innit? Gotta take a phone call, gotta dip.
And it wasn't even work related. It wasn't even work related. It was actually a buddy of mine. He's actually secured a place.
Oh, personal phone call. Oh, nice. Great to know you secured a place. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, he's
let's start this final round.
Yeah, he's got Yeah, he's just secured a job working as a customer. I think a customer experience officer, I think, or something like that. But yeah,
That's pretty good. Got to start somewhere.
excuse me. Yeah, exactly. Well, he got laid off in January.
Oh, piss take.
So technically, between then and now, he's practically got a job straight away. A bit like what happened to me.
Yeah, so pretty much
Many years
worked
ago.
out in the end. Good job. 23 out of 24 moves. Okay. Gotta keep
But yeah, I
this
wasn't sure if you were still
momentum
going or if you.
Yeah, I'm definitely still
I
going.
wasn't sure if you were still going.
Yeah, I'm on the final. Yeah, I'm legit on the home stretch right now. So yeah,
All right, thanks.
there's like 3 sessions per round here. So like, I've done the first home stretch, now I'm on the second home stretch.
Yeah.
And now I'm on like,
Nice.
approaching the final home stretch. Okay, here we are. Round 2 complete, now for the proper final round. Good job, 27 out of 28 moves. Okay, round 10 session 3, now for the proper home stretch.
I've had no communication from people as of now at work. I'm just standing by.
Right.
I work from home sometimes, so yeah, as I say, there's just not much happening.
Yeah.
A lot of because I'm a project engineer or a network project engineer. A lot
Pretty
of the projects
convenient.
that I've been given have been
Oh, it's fucked me
tailed
over.
off because of asbestos in the buildings that were due to carry out work in.
Okay,
Can't
that
go in there
resets
until
the whole
asbestos is cleaned
round.
up.
Yeah. Yeah, you mentioned that in the 2 live streams
Previous
ago
live
as well.
stream, yeah.
Like 2 of the previous live streams. Yeah, when I was playing Excess. But yeah, asbestos
Yeah.
is certainly the culprit of that. Okay, round 10.
It's a pain and it's also a danger to life because once you inhale the fibres, you've had it.
Pretty much. Man, the home stretch
So we-
is nuts.
They literally had to move everyone who was affected by that area. They had to move them out quickly because it was that bad. But it's on the management anyway because they should have been notified that there was asbestos in their buildings.
Yeah, pretty much. I think I got 24 out of 24 moves in that one.
It's like the asbestos has trespassed into the naturally trespassed into the building. It's like, we do not want your kind here, asbestos. Go away, or you shall be dealt with. And then the asbestos is like, nope, we're going to stay here until you force us away. So it's like, right, okay,
Removed
we're going to
by
have to kill
force.
you then and deep clean you. Yeah, removed by force. Yeah,
Yeah, just
so
like
that's what they're doing.
instant takeout. I think I got 24
I'm hoping
moves
that it doesn't-
previously.
I'm hoping that it doesn't go into like July because there is a deadline for a project that I'm involved in. I think the
Alright.
end date
Yeah, that'd be
is
crazy.
August. But thankfully, some of the equipment that has been already pre-bought early in advance, I've already sorted out. It's just getting it put into the building that it needs to go into.
Alright, well. Let's just hope it pans out. Okay, good job. 27 out of 28 moves. Alright, round 10, session 3. Okay, gotta make this the culmination.
Planning is always the key thing, but it's also planning it at the right time that is also the factor as well. Like ensuring that there's enough space in the scale to,
Fucking-
leverage what's needed.
That was practically the case. Come on, we're in the home stretch. Yep, finally. That's all 10 rounds complete. Congratulations, 30 out of 32 moves. You got all crystals. You got all 10 crystals. Oh, yeah, cue the crystal sound effect. Yeah, it would have been more fitting if they put the crystal sound effect in addition to that as well. Congratulations, 30 out of 32 moves. You got all 10 crystals. But yeah, that's officially the completion of this game.
Nice.
Look for a reward, Racing Velo. And yep, that reward is pretty much, it's a pretty minor reward though, because like, you start pretty much that results in you starting the final race against Emperor Vila over 27th with 3 missile rockets. That's pretty much like all you earn from it. So after that, it just takes you back to the title screen of the minigame. Yeah, it's an interesting concept. But yeah, it's nice to see that people jumped in. But yeah, as I said, like, you don't get... It's just free. All you gain is like 3 homing missiles at the start of the race with Emperor Vila over 27th when you race against him as, like, you know, the final boss fight race in adventure mode. That's pretty much all you gain from it, but for what it's worth, it's an interesting minigame to play, and I figured it was worth showcasing on top of that. Also, since an any % completion playthrough isn't a lot to, you know, it's not a lot to showcase in comparison. I figured I'd just showcase this for fun, and also because like it's just more content on top of that. So yeah, this has been super fun. Okay, time to call it quits on the whole gameplay session of the live stream. Alright, so this will certainly be like... Alright people, so this will certainly be the best place to wrap it up, but before I do so, I'm going to look for someone to raid. But yeah, thanks everyone for showing up in the live stream, I highly appreciate it. I appreciate everyone's support and everyone's presence. It certainly means a lot. Honestly, I can't believe I'm actually 3 live streams into this event right now, progressing faster than I expected. And it's a good thing because, like, you know, the sooner you get it done, the less you have to deal with in the future. Okay, almost up to 4 hours, almost up to the 4-hour mark on live streaming as well. It's interesting. It's interesting because the previous one ended up being roughly 5 hours long, with just like a spare minute and a few seconds as well.
Yeah,
just a spare minute plus 13 seconds if you see the YouTube archive. The first one was like roughly 3 hours long. But anyways, I'm gonna...
What's the temperature
find someone
outside?
to
23
rate.
degrees. Oh my god, 23 degrees.
Yeah, that's pretty
up in
hot.
the building, man.
23 degrees up in the building, that's a lot.
1022 MBR in the pressure, so we're sort of just over the mid-level, so we're in high pressure. Humidity, 42%.
Pretty much.
Dew point, 10 degrees.
Oh, Totemic SK himself is actually now live streaming Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy. But of course I'm going to look for someone new to raid, because you know, that's the whole point of reaching out to more people.
Yeah. UV index is 4. Into this.
Yep, indeed. Even Necrocroft is currently live streaming after watching my live stream. He's currently live streaming Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time, which is pretty cool. So we got 3 people live streaming Crash Bandicoot 4 It's About Time. Of course, if you jump into the Crash Nitro Kart category, you literally only see my live stream there. Because I'm the only one live streaming that game at this point, even though technically I've just finished up with it.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, so one
right.
person.
Well, anyways, I've got to go and get some stuff done. I need a drink myself. I'm a bit dehydrated.
Yeah,
it's really warm in here, so I've got to I've got to top up my fluid levels a little bit
Yeah, just
and
do what you
unleash
gotta
the
do, innit?
exhaust.
Yep. The exhaust vibes are real, especially after this live stream. Especially after the completion of this live stream. But yeah, no, it's definitely been a pleasure.
The heat doesn't help either.
Yeah, honestly, the heat is part of the problem. It just piles on top of it. But you know, it is nice
There
to
was
have
actually a building.
It is nice to have hot weather, don't get me wrong. But like, it doesn't help when it creates a problem for other aspects that we have to deal with.
There was a building that I went into on Monday, and the aircon was turned off. And as soon as I got in there, it was like a bloody oven.
Yeah, like, that's what it's like in some places. It's fucked up. Like, they don't have air cons, and then it just makes the place... It feels like inside.
Yeah.
Either you're inside... It feels like you're either trapped inside an oven or a volcano or a fucking sauna or whatever. Although I think a volcano or an oven was a better way to put it, because the whole point of a sauna is for it to be a pleasant experience.
Well, with this particular experience, it was equipment, like computing equipment, that was going to overheat if we didn't have the aircon on.
Yeah, or potentially explode if it wasn't configured correctly.
I had a chat with one of my colleagues. And he said that they went over to discover that the aircon was actually off because of its position next to a light switch and because of the confined space, because of the cabinets. There's only like probably about half a foot gap, so 6 inches. And if you're trying to like move between like the back and the front of the cab, because of it being so close to the door and almost wedged to the door, it's hard to squeeze past. So they must have pressed the wrong button by mistake. But this is the thing, you know, it can easily happen. So the position of the aircon needs to be moved to a position where people don't mistake it for a light switch.
Or just to not mistake it for a light switch. I mean, people know
because it's right next to a light switch. That's because it's right next to it. Yeah,
if it's right next to it, well, there's a difference between. I mean, you'd be able to distinguish it anyway, because a light switch is like, what do you call it? How do you explain it? A light switch itself is like covered by a panel, and you just like flick it. Whereas like an aircon switch,
you have to.
I think it's like a different design.
It's a touch screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is...
Yeah, it's different the way you operate it.
And the aircon panel are so close together, people can... Because they try it... Because it's so dark in the room to begin with. If no one's in the room, the lights need to be out.
Yeah, so they can easily press the wrong button.
Turn the light on. It's easy for someone to press the wrong button.
Yeah, like it's a common mistake. Anyone can press the wrong button when it's right next to it. Yeah. Especially if they're purposely, because they're right next to each other and they're purposely not looking at the buttons. It'll be a very easy mistake to make.
Because they're at the side. Yeah, you can't see them. It's stupid.
Yeah, that's extremely stupid.
It's a bad place.
It's poor structure. It's poor design in general. It's a terrible place.
Well, you know, if we end up going to hospital because of heat exhaustion or what have you, we can sue the company.
Yeah, you'll all get a cut out of that. You sue the company and get an equal cut as compensation.
Free money.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's the big
free money.
Yeah, that's the big picture. Free money. It's the positive way to looking at it. Okay, so
then that money would go on medical bills anyway if I was in America.
Yeah, proper insanity. Yeah. Medical bills will rank up. They'll definitely rank up. Okay, so 2 people are streaming Crash 1. Well, technically on the Crash 1 live streaming category. 3 people are live streaming Crash 3, even though technically one of them's on the Crash 1 category. But I'll raid someone who's at least playing a Crash game. Alright, so 3 people are playing the original Crash 3, one of them's playing the Insane Trilogy build, who is Totemic SK.
I should have brought my bloody sandals. Given if I'd known, well, I mean, I did have a look in advance, but I think I probably left my sandals back at home, like my home birthplace.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, your birthplace home. So we've got one Spanish speedrunner. Yeah,
I should really have. I should really. Well, I've got some shorts, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna wear my shorts. I'm too hot wearing jeans.
Yeah, you might as well. Okay, so we got one Spanish.
It's a lovely day. It's a lovely day. Get the shorts out. Get the sandals out. You know.
Yeah, it's a sick day out there.
I mean, I'm going to Budapest next month.
It's a banging day. Yeah, you mentioned that later on. You mentioned that like earlier on this year as well, I remember. Yeah, you're going to Budapest.
I'm going Budapest.
That's gonna be fun.
Never been to Budapest before, so this is going to be fun. I'll be flying with the low-cost airline, Ryanair, who love to charge you extra for stuff that you would easily overlook if you were to just go with like a high-cost airline like TUI or Jet2, where you pay more. But the check-in process and everything is seamless, with you having to not pay anything extra, as long as it's within 20 kilos if it's a suitcase, or 10 kilos if it's a cabin bag or small bag.
Yeah, like it's pretty much a mixed bag there. Okay, so we got a Spanish.
Otherwise, you've got to pay like, I don't know, 30 quid or something for an extra bag. It's just ridiculous, but that's how they make money.
Crazy. Yeah, especially when it comes to like bag sizes, they make you pay extra for an extra bag, or they make you pay extra just to take extra luggage in general.
Because of the weight and everything, that's probably
why.
Because
of the way they weigh out the bags, and they have to get it to fit inside a certain scale. But yeah, that's how they get you.
Well, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Anyways, moving on. So we have this Spanish speedrunner currently live streaming Crash Team Racing, doing speedrun attempts. He's playing the OG Crash Team Racing on Mednefen right now. And we have one person live streaming Wrath of Cortex, who I happen to already be following as well. So yeah, it's decisions at this point. Let's make a decision on who to raid. So yeah, hopefully someone new.
But yeah, as I say, I'm going to go and crack on, I think. Get some sun. And yeah, have fun.
Definitely will, and honestly, more power to you. Just do whatever you need to do, innit?
Yeah. But at some point, when I've finished my Half-Life Alyx project, I'm going to try and break that game out. Rayman M.
Yeah, Rayman M's super fun. Honestly, it's 100% worth it.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll catch you on the next one. I'll probably send you some snaps, or if you send me some snaps to begin with.
Yeah, of whatever possible. Anyways, catch you on the flip side, Rob.
Yeah, catch you on the flip side, cool, bro, and see you on the next one. Bye-bye for now.
Save Spider Rebel.
Spidey out.
Spidey out indeed. Okay, now let's decide on who to raid. So I've pretty much weighed out all my options on like all the Crash Bandicoot categories that are currently, have people live streaming within them. These are the only ones that are available right now, so yeah. Gotta conclude the live stream at some point. Yeah, this has been super fun, honestly. This game really was a limit pusher in comparison to the previous two games, but at the same time, it felt sort of as chill as the previous two games, based on how the live stream itself went. I did anticipate some piss takes here and there, which in a way, I could let slide. of course, like, it always depends on how bad they are, but at the same time, it's like, you gotta just push forward, you know. Crash Bandicoot Fusion, I know for a fact, is gonna be fun. Crash of the Titans will be fun in a different way, but yeah, we'll see how this all pans out. But I gotta say, Crash of the Titans is pretty much the wild card out of the 5 games within the Game Boy Advance release lineup. So it's good to know that they're actually... it's good to know that these people are open to pretty much anyone. They don't put a sort of restriction in their chat. They don't put any type of bullshit restriction in their chat. And you know what? Since I played Crash Nitro Kart and there's no one else live streaming Crash Nitro Kart, the closest game to that is Crash Team Racing. And as a matter of fact, I might as well raid El Crash Eterno or El Crashes Eterno, who's currently live streaming Crash Team Racing for the PS1. He's the Spanish speedrunner that I mentioned, El Crashes Eterno. At least I presume that's what his username is supposed to be pronounced as. But to be fair, it's all in lowercase letters, so it all just blends in. Okay, so let's set that raid up. Okay, perfect. Might as well proceed. Honestly, Crash Bandicoot Fusion is going to be interesting. This livestream was pretty intense. I expected it to be intense for what it was worth, so honestly, I'm not too disappointed of all the piss takes that have happened. Although the technical difficulties, on the other hand, I don't even know why the fuck that even happened in the first place, especially since I tested everything prior to the livestream even happening in the first place. Like, I don't know how it can go from fully functional to completely non-functional within such a very short time span. That's fucking bullshit. But anyways, you know, it's funny because I say that these games are like the proper test in terms of like how much they pack, you know, how difficult they're gonna be, purely based on past experiences with them. But now that the first 3 games are in the rear view, they're like out of the picture now. That's 3 boxes ticked. So yeah, this third part of livestream has definitely been eventful in a partially different way to the previous 2. But yeah, that's livestream number 1, 2 and 3 complete. So for Crash Bandicoot Fusion, I know for a fact there's going to be a massive variety of different types of levels. So like, in a way, it'll sort of feel like a test, but even then, when I was recently, but especially then, even when I was, you know, derusting the GBA games in general off air, within like, you know, the recent weeks, like, you know, I was playing Crash Bandicoot Fusion and it didn't take as long as I thought it would, and it was pretty more chill than I expected. So, I don't know, it depends how it goes in the livestream itself, because anything can happen. Especially if today isn't anything to go by, those technical difficulties, yeah, that is certain proof. That is legit proof that anything can happen. but at the same time this does make memories, so yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, one of the most important things is that you just make as many memories as possible. But yeah, one of the most important things is that you create as many memories as possible in order to, like, you know, look back at retrospectively. So then you just build a solid foundation of what you have to provide in terms of content. Okay, so now this will be a good place to wrap it up. No time like the present to just pull off the outro, especially with the first 3 live streams complete. Live stream number 1, live stream number 2, and live stream number 3 are officially complete now. That's the first 3 boxes ticked, only 2 boxes left. So yeah, that's 3/3 complete. Alright, so now, no time like the present to wrap it up over here. For those of you who are watching this live on Twitch, feel free and be sure to drop a follow if you haven't. Feel free and be sure to drop a follow to my Twitch channel if you haven't already, in order to keep yourselves up to date with potential future live streams that may happen whenever possible, or at whatever time whenever possible. And also stick around for the raid that's just about to happen soon enough. And for those of you who are watching this archived on YouTube, feel free and be sure to subscribe, like, or rate, however you want to put it. Drop a comment below to leave constructive feedback if you possibly can, or share it around with whoever possible. And stay tuned on whatever's up next for both my YouTube and Twitch channels. Until then, laters everyone, peace out.